julep, pop 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 julep, pop 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 julep, pop 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 woo.
Think something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. But they all see is you need help. But still you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You waste all of your time covering up your tracks. Spend all your days running away. Now you gotta watch your back, and that's the facts. You spend so much of your life scheming and trying to get over. Got you wondering why you come around. All you get is cold shoulder. Yeah, you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard.
Omicron variant dampened the New Year celebrations. But with higher vaccination rates and new therapeutics, scientists are hoping we might turn the tide on the pandemic. In 2022, will COVID-19 finally become endemic and something we all learn to coexist with? Some changes are here to stay. The way we work, from Wall Street to Silicon Valley.
Apple and Alphabet's Google, they've indefinitely put off their return to office dates.
A challenging labor landscape. Retail businesses and public services are all struggling to find enough staff. Amid the uncertainty, how can business leaders respond to the challenges and opportunities? Is hybrid work here to stay? From exploring the universe to the metaverse, what technologies will define our future? Will crypto rally again after a record year? Will companies prioritize sustainability after a watered-down pledge from COP26? We convene leaders in finance, in retail, travel, healthcare, and technology to map out a blueprint of recovery in 2022. This is the Year Ahead Summit.
Thank you all for joining us for this edition of The Year Ahead. We hope you enjoyed the conversation. And thanks again to all of our speakers for such a wonderful program. And thank you to our presenting sponsors, Wholesome and Invest Promotion Agency Qatar, and our presenting knowledge partner, McKinsey & Company. If you'd like more information from our sponsors, please visit the resources tab on your screen. And most of all, thank you for being such an engaged audience. You can rewatch any part of this event on BloombergLive.com to view it on demand. And thank you for watching. We'll see you again at the next one.
Hi, and welcome to The Year Ahead. I'm Malika Kapoor in London, and I'm so pleased you can join me for this conversation with Falguni Nayar, founder and CEO of Nykaa, an e-commerce platform that's really revolutionizing the beauty and retail landscape in India. Falguni, welcome to The Year Ahead. I wanted to begin by talking about India's unicorn IPO journey. Now, we've seen some highs and some lows last year, and I want to take a minute to congratulate you on your IPO. Now, Nykaa and another company, Zomato, opened to highs during your IPO last year. But for example, another company like Paytm has sunk. So looking ahead to this year, what's your outlook for the IPO space and for funding and IPOs in the coming year?
Yeah, thank you, Malika. Thank you for a warm welcome. All I can say is that, I think Indian capital markets were looking to invest in tech-led companies because there's a clear differential growth path for companies that are leveraging technology to grow their businesses, and the pace of growth that they're experiencing is sometimes is far higher than the traditional companies in the similar businesses. And I think investors in India wanted to participate in these tech-led plays. And the first of those came to the capital markets only this year because the government changed some of the rules about earlier loss-making companies could not list in India, and that was changed. And while Nykaa is a little bit of an exception, but again, there was also a 3-year period of profitability before you could list in India. So I think you saw a spate of IPOs in the country, and they were extremely well received by investors. However, I think the sustainability of the business, which is something that Nykaa thinks is very, very important. So I think we have built a business in a very sustainable manner, which is not throwing capital to chase just the top line revenue, but building a sustainable business model that is there to stay for the long run is, I think, what investors have loved. And I think they are differentiating between, upon listing, they're differentiating between various platforms based on what they believe are sustainable businesses.
Now, you have become India's richest self-made billionaire. And to put it in context, Nykaa means putting one in the spotlight, which I absolutely love the name. And you and Nykaa, you personally and Nykaa, the company, have been calling for women to take control of their lives, to put the spotlight on their own lives and take charge. How can women boost their presence amongst startup founders and amongst VCs?
I think, I think these things take generations. And if I look at it now, there are a lot of women entrepreneurs who are starting their businesses. I think the numbers are definitely very different. And I think if you were to fast forward 5 years or, already you'll see the differences. You will see that many more women entrepreneurs are feeling empowered and coming and starting their own businesses. And I think most of these things, whether it is women's education or women's, I think in a country like India, it was also equal right to be born, also took many years to bring about the change. So I think the way I talk about it, I mean, in fact, this is my message that we have given now women right to be born. Let's also give them a right to dream. And I think this begins in every family, where I think the family has to respect a woman's right to dream for herself and provide the support system that is needed for women to feel empowered to move ahead with their own ambition and their dreams.
Absolutely. And Nykaa has really shaken up the beauty industry in India. I grew up in India, and I remember a time when buying makeup meant buying it on a trip abroad, or buying it at a local store where it was impossible to try on a color or to find a suitable match. The beauty industry in India, though, is still quite small and quite young. What's your outlook for this industry in the year ahead?
Yeah, I think the beauty industry is small. If you look at per capita consumption in India, it's not even $13 compared to like $250 plus in the US. Or if you were to look at it from a perspective of almost only 8% of the industry is online, and almost a large percentage, 80% of the industry is unorganized, where even the brands are not, there's no branding, and as a result, there's no quality. And beauty as a product, really, authenticity is very important. And that's why beauty brands matter. If you look at the global business, the beauty brands matter a lot. And big brand companies like Estee Lauder and L'Oreal and Shiseido have a lot of market share because consumer trust is there in those brands. So I think there has been a revolution, so to speak, and Nykaa has played a part in it, because we have created the platform and demand generation. Like, there is demand on our platform for high quality, authentic beauty products. And that today is enabling many brands in the country to also come up with their own offering. So if you look at last 1 or 2 years, there's been a clear acceleration in direct-to-consumer brands that are being built in India. You can see examples of 10 to 12 brands which have scaled up so quickly over last 2 years. Earlier, we used to see that brands take as much as 7-8 years to scale to 100 crore revenue. And now this is happening in a matter of 1 or 2 years. And they're going beyond that turnover within a short span, to 200, 300 crore turnovers. So I think what Lakme must have taken 20 years to build the turnover, things like, those turnovers are being now built in a matter of a year or 2 years. So I think the consumer demand is really broadening from an Indian perspective. Indians are also very welcoming of the global brands. And Nykaa has played a big role in bringing the best of what the world has to offer to India. So we first brought K-Beauty, then we brought a lot of brands from Japan. Today, we have even Charlotte Tilbury in India, which Nykaa has brought, or even Huda for that matter. So Indian consumer is very excited because today's consumer is global and they want the best of what the world has to offer.
Do you think there might be a time you'll expand beyond India?
At the moment, we have chosen to expand within India. So from beauty, we moved to fashion, and we have also added additional categories like home and kids wear. We also have a separate app for men called Nykaa Man, where we are selling tech accessories. So I think we are currently focusing on expanding to all the lifestyle categories, many of the lifestyle categories within India. We have some ambition in the Middle East and even in London, but it is mainly to export our current private label brands. I think a bigger ambition in the international market is still not on the cards.
And what is your vision for the retail landscape? At the moment, you have a huge online presence, but you also have some physical bricks and mortar stores. So what is your thinking in terms of Nykaa and the retail landscape? Is it going to be, are we going to see more Nykaa stores open, or has your thinking changed as a result of the pandemic?
Not really. I think we've been a believer in omni-channel business right from the beginning. So our first stores came up within 2 years of our starting the business. And yes, early expansion was limited because we were very focused on building the e-commerce business. But today we have 100 stores. And our plan is to be in 100 cities over the next 3 years. So we will continue to expand, but we see omni-channel as in a manner, it's a way customer wants to buy. So if customers want to come more into the store, I believe that most customers are omni-channel. So they want to go to the store once in a while and they want to buy online most of the time. So we are giving them a combination of the two rather than pursuing only physical or only online. So in our opinion, an omni-channel model where customer can find the brand and the service that they want, where they want, is the way to go. And that's what we're going to do.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the impact of the pandemic. Now, the pandemic was a boon for e-commerce players such as yourself. But of course, even when someone's ordering a product online, you still have to get the product to the consumer. And there is that last mile delivery. And in India, where we had rather sudden lockdowns and abrupt lockdowns and lengthy lockdowns, how did you cope and how did you sort of pivot your business model to deal with the demand at that time?
I think that's a very interesting question. Right in the beginning, actually in April, when the lockdown suddenly came towards the end of March, all our deliveries, which were in the process of being delivered, the goods were stuck on the way, and we overnight could not sell anything. And then government opened it up for essential goods. But you couldn't sell non-essential, and makeup fell into non-essential category, though skincare and hair care and personal care was considered essential goods. So we had to pivot our store, and these rules were different in different states and different zip codes, depending on whether they were in the red zone, orange zone, green zone. It was very complicated. Yeah. So we used personalization to show a customer what they could buy. Otherwise, they would have a mixed cart and we won't be allowed to deliver. And government was very hawkish on seeing that the companies were not doing the wrong thing. They would come into our warehouse to see whether we are doing the right thing. So in that sense, it was initially, we had to follow the government guidelines clearly. But also, I want to credit the government of India that they wanted to keep the supply chain going. So they kept working at clearing up the supply chain. Initially, there were issues of trucks moving from one state to another. But they kept improving the supply chain. And within a matter of 30, 40 days, we felt that they had opened up all the supply chain routes and we could start delivering to the customers. And they supported e-commerce, and the last mile delivery was allowed within restrictions of containment zone. So if you were in a containment zone, you can deliver to the containment zone, but with the exception of that, one could deliver. So I think e-commerce companies gained. We also grew in a COVID impacted year. We showed growth. I think that's quite public, that in the year that we went just before our IPO, we declared that in the year ended March 2021, we grew by 35% year on year, which was an amazing growth for a COVID impacted year. But our physical retail business clearly suffered. There were months of lockdown because malls were not allowed to open and there were losses in the physical retail. But we see it as we are not writing off physical retail. We see it as a one-off thing impacted by the pandemic. And we do believe that in India, especially as a market, will continue to grow in even organized retail, as we call it.
Now you're holding your own against giants like Walmart and Amazon, companies that are investing heavily in the e-commerce space in India. Do you think that you have an advantage, and what advantage do you have as being, a homegrown company? Does that give you an advantage in the domestic market?
I think technically, being a homegrown company, being Indian owned, you are allowed to do certain inventory-based business. So technically, some brief advantage. But otherwise, capital is what a lot of big companies have. And I think I always talk about it, that startups make up for it by having a lot of passion and hard work and desire to succeed. So you put the capital that big companies have against the startup hunger that startups have. I think that is where the scales are getting balanced. And it's not just for Nykaa, but you can see so many startups all over the world are using the same balance, because even if startups have the capital behind them, obviously the big firms have a lot more capital and resources behind them.
Globally, Falguni, there is a growing movement towards sustainable beauty and also sustainable fashion. What is Nykaa doing to be more sustainable?
So Nykaa's done a lot of work on sustainability. If you look at our beauty app, we have something called Conscious at Nykaa that further elaborates into vegan, cruelty-free, as well as clean beauty. So, Conscious is a broader label. Within that, we bifurcate the brands which are following, vegan. Some brands are clean and clean vis-a-vis certain ingredients. So we have gone into this huge focus on clean beauty and conscious beauty through categorization of all our brands into these buckets, and consumers are being aided to discover the brands from conscious perspective. Similarly, on the fashion side, we have done the same thing from sustainability perspective, and there are sustainability tags in fashion against the retailers that are supplying sustainable fashion. So we are doing our bit on sustainability as well as on conscious beauty, as we call it. We are also doing a lot of optimization within supply chain so that we avoid long distance shipping, and we ship goods in a more efficient manner, and also finally packaging innovations where we are using either not virgin plastic, and we're using recycled paper, recycled plastics, and higher use of paper to the extent possible. I think beauty finds it difficult to totally switch to paper because of the type of products involved, but we are doing our best in each of these areas.
Speaking about supply chains also, I know that you, like you said, you're stocking products and brands from around the world. You're selling Charlotte Tilbury in India now, for example. All the supply chain disruption we saw last year and in Europe in particular, did that have an impact on you?
Sure, I think we were doing, it did have an impact on us, you can say, but we were doing a lot of planning, advanced planning, and we were buying up our inventory ahead, and we were assuming that anything can go wrong anywhere. So let's not work on the, instead of going for the lowest number of days of inventory holding, we were adding up extra days of holding. So if we normally operate on 40 days, we were going for 60 days of inventory or 90 days of inventory or 120 days of inventory so that we had less stock outs. However, I do believe that supply chain shortages, which have existed from Japan all the way to Europe, have affected as much as 10 to 15% of beauty industry turnover. And beauty industry has had to face to certain extent losses of business because of the supply chain constraints, because beauty supply chain is extremely complex.
Absolutely. Earlier you mentioned that you have your own in-house private brands. And I know that you acquired, for example, Dot & Key, you acquired that last year. Going forward in the year ahead, what's going to be the balance between stocking global brands and developing your own brands? Are you going to have more of a focus on sort of encouraging your own labels?
No, I think what we say is that we are a multi-brand retailer first, and we want to give consumer choice, and we have always been consumer choice led. So instead of being a push website that pushes the brands that give us more margin or the brands that we care for, I think we've always given consumer the choice, and whatever they choose, they can buy. So I think we are an equal opportunity multi-brand retailer platform. And within that, of course, our own brands give us a chance to fulfill customer needs that we see as are not being fulfilled by current brands, or in some cases, if the customer has an affinity. Surprisingly enough, what we discovered was that customer likes you as a retailer, they also like your brand. So our brands are very popular with the customers, and in many ways, I think this is very true in all of the retail companies, be it Boots or Sephora, they all have a lot of private label. So I think from that perspective, Nykaa wants a balanced strategy. We are definitely going to be a house of brands, so we are going to own many brands like any consumer company like L'Oreal or Estée Lauder. And at the moment, we have about 10 or 11 brands between beauty and fashion, and that portfolio will only continue to grow. However, we believe there is a retailer also will grow. As a result, our own brands will only be, maybe less than 20% of our turnover.
And Falguni, you created your company in 2012 after many years as an investment banker when you guided other entrepreneurs through their IPO journey. What was it like for you to be on the other side when Nykaa went public last year?
So I think a lot of appreciation of hard work that goes in both on the company side as well as on the banking side is what I achieved. Because when we were bankers, we didn't realize the amount of hard work that the company goes through to prepare the company through all the due diligence that one has to go through to prepare the company for a public listing. So it's almost like we called our project graduates. So it's almost like graduating. There's a lot of work that goes in to prepare your company for a public market journey. So I think companies also do a lot of hard work and heavy lifting, and quality of the company also shows up when they're able to graduate to that level of public listing. But also similarly, very appreciative of all the value bankers add in terms of bringing high quality investors to the table and getting them to understand our company and our business model. And some of the best part about my IPO journey was the quality of investor meetings we got with some of the biggest investors in the world. We got a chance to meet them because in a way COVID and doing Zoom calls was better because you got many of the, like typically sometimes there were 20 fund managers on a call, because in a physical meeting only 5 would come because they were in that office. But here it was so wide, and we had a lot of high quality investors who we met with, and we learned from them. We learned from their perspective on how they look at companies. So I think IPO was a great education exercise on this other side, and I'm very thankful of all the quality of work that goes in from lawyers, accountants, and bankers to see companies like us achieve a public listing.
Well, once again, congratulations on your IPO, and Falguni Nayar, thank you so much for joining us at The Year Ahead.
Thank you, Malika. It's been a real pleasure to talk to you, and yeah, let's hope this year is different. We are all looking for more excitement in the coming year.
Absolutely, and good health for all of us.
Yes, of course.
Hello, I'm David Dwyer, Director of Research for Bloomberg Intelligence, and I have with me our Head of Research Content, Tim Craighead. Bloomberg Intelligence is Bloomberg's investment research department covering 130 industries and 2,000 companies. Every year, one of the most exciting initiatives that we do is an initiative called the 50 Companies to Watch, which we do in conjunction with Bloomberg Business Week. And this year has been as exciting as any. Each year, what we do is we take or talk to our analysts and ask them to identify the 50 companies they think are going to be the most interesting companies. And in this case, it would be for 2022. We have a couple of criteria. One is we try to select most of the names from various Bloomberg Intelligence focus ideas. We also try to look at different factors that could make them really very interesting in 2022, such as interesting growth prospects, or a significant management change, or a restructuring of the company, or any type of new products, whether it's an industry product or a company product. Also, it's really important that we pay attention to the themes that are the talk of investors in the upcoming year. And in 2022, as in any year, there are many, many themes. This year, some of the themes we've paid attention to in our 50 Companies to Watch is the pandemic recovery. Obviously, that's on everybody's mind. Electric vehicles, which is a mega trend and will be for many years, and related to that, the green transition, or things like the digital transformation and what that's going to do in terms of how we use the internet and media in the future, which we're only partway through that significant trend as well. And then, of course, in 2021, China regulation became the forefront of everybody's mind. And that's an important one as well. And also in 2021, the metaverse became a major topic for everyone to discuss. So those are the types of themes we're going to be looking at. And Tim and I are going to hit on a few of those. And I'm going to let Tim kick off first on electric vehicles.
Indeed, it's going to be an exciting year, Dave, for electric vehicles. We think it's a watershed year potentially, with Tesla still growing, but being dethroned. And Tesla is not on our list, but Volkswagen is. You know, a lot of people think of it as a legacy, old-fashioned automaker, but they're ramping production in EVs very rapidly, and by the end of the year, may well overtake Tesla as the largest producer. At the same time, they've also got an opportunity to potentially IPO Porsche, which everybody knows is a great sports car brand, but it's also very active in EVs as well. Now, beyond Volkswagen, you can see on this chart, there's a number of companies that are expanding rapidly, and beyond Mike Dean's call on Volkswagen, Steve Mann's excited about NIO. He's our Asian auto analyst, and here we're looking at a smaller Chinese luxury maker, and the reason why 2022 is a big deal for them, it could be the year that they actually turn profitable as they continue to expand their production.
And Tim, I had no idea that Volkswagen was on track to overtake Tesla. That's just such a fascinating tidbit of information. It also appears that our analysts have identified supply chain factors within the electronic vehicle industry. Can you talk about that as well?
Yeah, absolutely. You can't have the EVs if you don't have the components, and a couple of these jump out to our analysts. Nidec is one. It's a parts maker, but in particular, the part that it makes is critical to EVs, and that's the traction motor called eDrive that's being used increasingly by automakers around the world. Similarly, there's another Asian company, SK Innovation, Korean company, that is in place to sort of transform itself from a traditional petrochemical company into the third largest EV battery manufacturer outside of China, as they continue to ramp up and expand their capacity and sign contracts around the globe. So there's quite a few things going on here from the standpoint of parts.
That's interesting, Tim. And I want to make a point that, of course, electric vehicles are not the only sector driving the green recovery. And to that end, I would say Rob Barnett, our renewable energy analyst, has been commenting that for solar, we'll see double-digit demand growth for solar in 2022 and in 2023. This obviously bodes really well for the largest U.S. panel maker. The company is investing aggressively at home and actually as well in India to more than double its manufacturing capacity, and to this point, revenue could surge by more than $1 billion in the next 2 years. So, just another part of how the 50 companies to watch is identifying these various themes. So important, whether it's electric vehicles or the related or broader category of green recovery. Let me turn over to moving to the digital transformation. This is a theme that has been evolving for years, but it is far from over. And our analysts have identified a number of companies that will be impacted in 22 that they really want to note. Our analyst, Amin Bensed, is looking for Roku, who is the leading content publisher and provider of connected TV products and ad software. He's looking for them to top projections and approach a 50% annual sales expansion through 2023. Roku has access to troves of user data, and obviously data drives everything right now. And this data, is the data that advertisers will covet. And it's really immune to the changes on the sharing of consumer information that Google will be forced to introduce next year. Now we have a couple comments about Google isn't as interesting in terms of set-top boxes as Roku, but I would point out that Mandeep Singh, our internet analyst, has also included Alphabet, which is Google's parent, on our 50 companies to watch list. This is driven by two segments in particular. First is YouTube's ad sales, which are on track to top $35 billion in 2022, and their cloud revenue, which is headed towards $25 billion as the company continues to diversify its sales exposure. Importantly to note, technology is such a big focus in this market today, and despite the fact that Google/Alphabet is such a large company, these critical segments in Google are huge and growing well above Alphabet's tech peers.
Yeah, and Dave, I'd say that it's important to note that the digital transformation theme goes beyond internet and media. It also goes into finance, and here we've highlighted SoFi, which Julie Sherrill, our electronic finance analyst, covers, and she's excited about SoFi, which is the first U.S. online-only bank to have gone public, because it really distinguishes itself with a very broad-based platform. It's not as big as some of the others. It is growing rapidly, and importantly, its app is really all-inclusive. Some of the traditional regular banking facilities, but also lending, which is quite important. And notably for this coming year, you could see the restart of student loan refinancing as a marketplace after 2 years of basically a payment freeze with COVID. So there's opportunities to really see its growth, which we're projecting at 50% a year, actually to exceed that. It's quite exciting. Now, I think we should shift gears one more time, Dave, and maybe talk about the biggest theme of them all as we think about 2022. In ways, it's the pandemic recovery. I mean, it's affecting all of us in so many ways. And the way to start that one, I think, is to think about the enabler of the pandemic recovery. And that's the pharmaceutical industry with vaccines. And Pfizer is a big deal for us here because we all know it for sure. We know it's about vaccines, but Sam Fazeli, our pharma analyst, is of the view that boosters plus antiviral pills are still really underappreciated by the marketplace. This could add $40 to $80 billion of revenue for Pfizer, and is quite critical in the overall evolution of how we get back to a new normal.
Yeah, Tim, I think this leads us to looking at the potential for the post-pandemic travel recovery. That's something that has really been a struggle for many years. And three names that our analysts are looking for as a potential beneficiary of a travel recovery post the pandemic. First would be Airbnb, which is also covered by Mandeep Singh, who I mentioned earlier, covers Google. He believes the market continues to underestimate the online travel service companies' brand advantage and the strength of its long-term stay business, which represents 20% of nights booked and is the fastest growing reservation category. Bookings could exceed analyst expectations by as much as $2 to $4 billion, 3 to 7% in 2022. And Airbnb's unmatched direct site traffic and repeat customers, that will really allow it to boost profits by cutting back marketing outlays. Second company I would mention, Angela Henley, our lodging and gaming analyst, is looking at Wazoo. That's the Chinese hotelier to take advantage of the pandemic to increase its room supply by 25% and really positioning it for a swift rebound as the travel sector recovers. Operating profits for this company are on track to jump 70% in 2022 from 2019 pre-COVID as Wazoo expands its property holdings by 60% to 9,000 by year end. And then finally, Conroy Gaynor, who covers TUI out of our London office, notes that the European tour operators' COVID struggles could finally reverse by mid-year as vaccinated travelers ditch staycations. You may remember the time of Thomas Cook, but investors are awaiting signs that TUI isn't going to follow the Thomas Cook failure and that new equity is sufficient to cover the elevated debt. Turnaround hopes hinge on a restructuring meant to save £400 million a year, as well as technology upgrades and a focus on flexibility for travelers and premium resorts.
Well, Dave, we could keep going for a good while. As you introduced, we've got several other themes and a total of 50 companies here on this list, but we probably ought to bring it to a close here. Suffice to say, this is only the tip of the iceberg, though, within the context of the overall depth that we have, with company primers on each one of all of these companies, along with 2022 outlooks on the 130 industries and markets that we cover around the globe. So there's a vast resource there to go in more depth to help prepare for what hopefully will be a healthy and prosperous investment year and full year for all of us in 2022. And with that, we'd like to bring things to a close. And thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you, Tim.
Hello, my name is David Merritt. I'm the Senior Executive Editor here at Bloomberg News in London, and it's my great pleasure to be in conversation today with Weiss Narasimhan, the Chief Executive of Novartis. Thank you so much for joining us, Weiss.
Thank you, David. Great to be here.
So I just want to dive straight in with a question about where we find ourselves today. We're thinking about the year ahead, of course, but we're 2 years in now, of course, to the COVID pandemic. And do you think we're getting to the point now where it might start to be looking a little bit more in the rearview mirror? The Swiss government, the UK government, various other governments around the world are talking about this transition from pandemic to endemic. Is this the year when that finally happens?
Yeah, I think, David, that this will be a year where we finally come to terms with the endemicity of this virus, and this virus will be with us for the long run, like other coronaviruses. And I think it's really just a matter now of getting to a place where we feel comfortable with the rollout of vaccines, the availability of therapeutics, and appropriate measures when hospitals come under strain, but otherwise returning to a more of a sense of normalcy. I think understandably governments will keep having to have a careful balancing act, because in getting to an endemic state, you want to minimize the collateral damage on the population. But I think there's no question at this point in my mind that before the end of this year, we'll get to a better place.
What does that mean for how you're going to run your business this year? Is there a big strategic shift that you're going to undertake? How are you going to pivot Novartis to be successful in this new phase of the pandemic?
It's really interesting right now in that the healthcare systems have learned how to adapt to the pandemic. What we've saw throughout the Q4 is that patient visits continued as we would expect. There were continued use of medical facilities, medical care, unlike the previous waves of the pandemic. So we really enter a phase now where we're getting back to the normal use of the healthcare system. And so the race is on, I think, amongst the major biopharmaceutical companies to use this as a moment to get back to launching our medicines, reaching more patients. We have some very important launches in cardiovascular disease and oncology. And so the focus is going to be getting our people back out to engaging with healthcare providers and patients, and hopefully, getting the reach back up of our medicines.
You mentioned getting your people back out again, and I want to come on to the broader questions around the industry, but just a question that every company is asking now, isn't it, is what does working look like when we're back in some sort of more state of normalcy? We're talking remotely with this conversation. We'd want to have much more personal contact with people, but what does it mean at Novartis? I mean, how many people are coming back to your offices now? And does it look more, after the pandemic is past, does working at Novartis look a bit more like it used to look like, or is there a new model that is coming into focus now?
We're trying to figure this out. We don't have it exactly, understood as to what the model is going to look like. Even today, here in our headquarters in Switzerland, our offices are closed except for essential workers. And, I think what we saw last summer is kind of back to a rhythm. We saw people wanting to be in our campuses 3 or 4 days a week, but with the flexibility we offer our workforce flexibility where possible to decide when to come into the office. Now, after the Omicron wave, we're going to have to find another rhythm again. And my hope is that we'll be able to find a place where the office is used at least 3 days a week and used by most associates, maybe more for some, and used for collaboration, used for team working, but we give people the opportunity to also work from home where they can be their best at home. I mean, our overall mantra is we want people to bring their best to work, their best to Novartis. But again, I think we're going to have to come back to that equilibrium over the coming months.
You've spoken a lot about the strength of the culture at Novartis and something that you're particularly proud of. And this kind of remote way of working has a dilutive effect, doesn't it, on cultures and companies. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that and how the culture of Novartis might be different in a year's time, later on this year, when everyone's back together in the office. Has anything changed?
There's really two sides to the story. On the one hand, I think the culture, the empowerment culture, what we call our unbossed, inspired, and curious culture, I think enabled us to go remotely quite effectively and continue to work seamlessly. We had, I would say, minimal business disruptions other than patients not visiting their physicians at the same cadence as they normally would. At the same time, you certainly see the fraying of social bonds within teams. You see, I think certainly the need for people to reconnect with the company, reconnect with colleagues, build back those relationships. So I'm interested to see, when we come back to the office, what things are going to look like. But I am optimistic that that culture is strong and that when we get back, getting people together, that will hopefully, that strong base we built over the last 4 years will enable us to get back to where we were in relatively short order.
Okay, so let's talk a bit more broadly about the state of the healthcare industry. It's been talked about a lot how COVID has accelerated or, I suppose, turbocharged the pace of innovation and new drug discovery. Can that pace be maintained? And if we're in the middle of some sort of technological revolution in medicine, can you put that into some sort of historical context? Is this a historical revolution that we're seeing at the moment?
It is remarkable to see, I think, the number of new technologies that are emerging. It's important to say we still don't know which of these technologies will bear consistent new medicines over time. But if you look at the history of our industry, for the first 70 or 80 years of the biopharmaceutical industry, we were primarily making chemicals and using chemicals to modulate functions in the body. Then we turned to proteins and biologicals for the next 40 years without any other forms of medicine. And suddenly in the last 5 years, we have RNA therapeutics, RNA vaccines, cell therapies, gene therapies, radioligand therapies, the ability to edit DNA and RNA. Many of these now have approved medicines, including in our hands. And I think the question is, which of these will lead to a sustained flow of new medicines into the healthcare system? I'd say that pace, though, that we're on is really not something we've seen ever in the history of our industry. And it will be incumbent upon the industry now to see how can we parse these technologies, figure out which ones are appropriate to be used for which patients and which diseases, and see, can we use these technologies to enable the industry to grow for decades to come? It'll certainly be an interesting few years.
You mentioned RNA, and of course, in terms of the vaccines, I mean, probably hard to find someone on the planet who doesn't now hasn't at least heard of mRNA technology, which was of course turbocharged by the pandemic. But what other of those technologies that you just mentioned or other ones do you think might make that sort of breakthrough to become widely talked about, widely understood, and to be the blockbuster drugs of the next few years?
I think a few come to mind. I mean, one are gene therapies. I mean, we have a gene therapy now that's rolled out around the world. There are a few other gene therapies now emerging. I think it'll take probably another 5 to 8 years for gene therapies to really hit their stride. But the possibility to replace genes that are malfunctioning or were not present because of genetic illness, and to do that and really provide almost a cure or at least a sustained increase in quality of life for patients is something that's within our hands. We know how to do it. We just have to navigate some of the scientific complexities. I believe RNA interference, which is a little bit different, rather than thinking about an RNA vaccine, we use very small RNA fragments to modulate processes in the body. We recently got approval for a medicine called Leqvio for use in cholesterol lowering in now 50 countries around the world. We'll be one of the largest producers of these interfering RNAs. And I believe these interfering RNAs open up a whole new avenue. And the last category, I'll kind of bucket it all together because I'm not exactly sure which of the various technologies will win out. But it's the notion of editing the genome. And there's different ways we can edit the genome. We can take cells out of the body and edit the genome. We can edit the genome inside the body. We can edit individual bases within the DNA or RNA. But there's just so much activity right now to use those technologies to see, can we come up with more permanent fixes, quote unquote, to address disease? And I think in some form or mix, those will bear out. And I think these three areas will become very important for the future.
The treatments you talk about are incredibly sophisticated technologies. Often delivering them to patients is complicated as well. Are kind of healthcare systems keeping up with this innovation? I know with your cholesterol lowering therapy, there's a big partnership that you've announced with the National Health Service in the UK. Are you seeing that around the world? Are you confident that you can get these therapies delivered to patients effectively?
I think it's a great question. I think in some cases, we have very interesting models to get these medicines to scale, population health-based models, as we call them. Certainly with our RNA interference medicine for cholesterol lowering, this very much lends itself to being done at scale through healthcare systems, a twice-a-year administration, lowering cholesterol quite significantly, relatively low cost, very simple to do, a simple injection at the doctor's office. So I think some of these technologies will go in that direction, but others will need more work to simplify. I mean, when you think about the power of, on the one hand, of cell therapy to provide children lasting almost cures for their cancer on the one hand, but on the other hand, the significant infrastructure it takes to deliver that medicine, we as a sector will have to do a lot more to simplify, streamline how these medicines are delivered to hopefully reach the goal of ending, let's say, B-cell cancers around the world, which is certainly our aspiration. But that will take further technological leaps. So I think for each one of these technologies, there's a different puzzle to solve to really enable broad access.
Can I talk a little bit about the funding for this innovation? You know, it's obviously expensive developing these groundbreaking new technologies. Do you think you're spending enough on investment versus, of course, looking after your shareholders? And how should we fund these great innovations? Of course, we've had a lot of public involvement throughout the pandemic. Is that a model that needs to grow more governments investing in these life-changing therapies?
I think it's going to be a mix of investment and support, let's say. I mean, there's no question that the efforts of groups like the National Institutes of Health in the US funding the basic science that underpins so many of these technologies is absolutely vital. And I'm hopeful that more regions and countries will invest in that basic science that enables then translation into industrialization to happen. Our sector, I mean, our R&D in general in our sector is amongst the highest, if not the highest of any sector. It continues to grow. At Novartis, we're approaching $10 billion in annual R&D spend. I think that will continue to grow as we continue to search for new medicines, as will it be for our peer group. But I also think we have to leverage digitization and AI to figure out how to make this all happen in a more streamlined way at lower costs and increased speeds. That's certainly something we're working on, others are working on. We're starting to see some of the benefits, but certainly over the next decade, these kinds of digital technologies, data science and AI should enable us to hopefully significantly reduce the complexity and costs of our work.
What about keeping your shareholders happy while this is going on? Obviously, you've embarked on a large buyback recently to distribute some of the funds from the Roche stake. Where are your instincts with this? Would you like to be plowing more money back into the business to fund some of this innovation, or do you think you've got that balance right?
We think we've got the balance right. I mean, we try to stay balanced between investing in the core business, continuing to do appropriate bolt-on licensing deals and M&A. We did a number in the last 2 months, and then have a strong growing dividend with a solid share buyback program, the $15 billion share buy program we recently announced. We think that's the right balance. We'll obviously have to always roll and see how the world evolves. But again, we have ample investment power to invest behind technology and innovation. It's much more now identifying really which science is going to bear out to have a significant impact on patients. I mean, one of the things to note in our sector is because we've been successful in enabling longer lives, higher quality lives, more and more diseases are getting addressed. The bar is getting higher and higher for the innovation we need to deliver. I think that's more the challenge, not necessarily the investment, but having the human capital, having the insight to know where to put those dollars to best work.
You mentioned bolt-on acquisitions. How does the pipeline look for that? I mean, as a way to buy new therapies, but have you perhaps looked at something a little bit more transformative? Of course, we've all been looking the last few days, haven't we, at this potential, this huge deal between Unilever and Glaxo for their consumer business. That would have been one of the biggest deals ever in this part of the world. Have you ever been tempted to look at something a bit more transformative?
We feel good about our pipeline. We feel really good about the innovation power of Novartis, which has been consistent over decades. Much more focused, I think, on bolt-on deals and particularly smaller deals at the moment. I mean, we find a lot of opportunity. We've done a number of small deals. We bought an ophthalmology company last month. We did a deal with Beijing to bring in some cancer medicines. We also did a deal with a Swiss company for an anti-COVID medicine, another German company for neuroscience. All of these are in that kind of sub $2 billion, sub $1 billion range, where you're able to string together a number of interesting assets and hopefully have the opportunity for significant value creation. Of course, we always look at the broader range of deals on an ongoing basis, but I still think probably valuations need to adjust further, and also expectations have to also come down in terms of the potential sellers of these technologies. And until that happens, I think we'll focus our capital on these not so small, but certainly smaller opportunities.
And whereabouts in the world are you seeing these opportunities arise? You just mentioned some deals in Europe, in your backyard. Is that really where your focus is?
I'd say it's very global, and I think it's getting more global. Certainly the Boston biotech and San Francisco biotech sectors have been the most vibrant, but you see, I think, a significant increase in activity in China and in Shanghai and some extent in Beijing, where you see now more innovative companies coming up. Certainly in Europe as well, you do have hotspots of biotech activity. So a large company like us has to really span the globe and to keep looking for the best opportunities, and importantly, looking for opportunities where we maybe have an insight before the insight is very commonly known. That's where we find the opportunities to generate more value for our shareholders.
And what's the competition like going after these assets? Is it getting tough to secure them, or do you find yourselves often the front runners for these deals?
I think in many cases, these are highly competitive for sure. I think if you can come in early with that differentiated insight and build a strong relationship with the counterparty, then obviously you can get things done if you're able to move fast. So I think speed now is of the essence. So it's a combination of scientific insight and speed that enables you to be, I think, successful at deal making, and also to be disciplined. I mean, you have to be willing to walk away from a number of deals to wait for the right one to come along.
Can I ask you, Vaz, what worries you about this year ahead? You know, we've talked about growth opportunities and this revolution that's been turbocharging growth, but what could derail some of your plans this year?
Look, I think right now, certainly governments are under strain from a financial standpoint, and I think continuing to watch the fiscal situation within governments, but in our sector, that of course impacts the overall reimbursement environment and access to medicine environment, and especially coming out of the pandemic with an inflationary trend at the moment. I think we have to watch the overall macro stability so that investments in health continue, because that's absolutely vital for our sector. It hasn't been disrupted to date, and if anything, I think there's a more stronger focus on health. Nonetheless, I think we'll have to keep watching that. I think navigating our organization through the ups and downs of a few more rounds of COVID, if that's what ultimately happens. I think there is fatigue in the system in large companies and our company as well. And so to keep the energy level up in the organization as we continue to drive our growth agenda, that's I think a second key opportunity and key topic. And then I think third is that geopolitically, to hopefully that the world remains open to trade, open to open supply chains. I think there's always this risk of the balkanization, given some of the challenges we see. And given it being a company that's #1 in Europe, emerging and hopefully heading towards a top 5 position in the US and heading towards a top 3 position in China, we need a strong global architecture to be able to be successful.
You just said we could have a few more rounds maybe of COVID ups and downs. What does that mean? Does that mean just some more waves of where we are now, or possibly some more variants with some more vaccine evasiveness coming soon?
It's really hard. It's really hard to know. The scientist in me would say that as immunity continues to build, as vaccination and boosting continues to build, as the virus will keep trying to evolve to a less severe form that's more highly transmissible, we'll eventually get to a steady state. I just don't know, when exactly that happens. And hopefully any future waves will have much less impact on hospitalization and outcomes for patients. I think that's what we're all hoping for. But I think Omicron has shown us it's maybe not wise to predict the end of this pandemic too soon.
You talked about keeping energy levels up throughout all of these cycles. You've been chief executive of Novartis now 4 years. 2 of those have been this pandemic. How are your energy levels and your appetite for this job going forward? And what would you like your legacy to be?
Yeah, so first, I think on the energy, I would say it's challenging, like it is, for our entire workforce and for people around the world. I think as social animals, I certainly prefer to be around our people, visiting our sites, visiting our teams, visiting our customers, and all of that gets taken away. So it gets harder, I think, to maintain those connections. Nonetheless, I think modern technology has enabled us to, I think, stay connected as best we can. But I'm certainly eager to get back out, be with our people, and see the impact. In terms of legacy, I have to say I'm much more focused on the little legacies you leave through the medicines you create, through the impact you have on the world, the people, the culture, all of the things we're trying to do to build a better company and hopefully have a bigger impact on healthcare and humanity. I mean, I'm a public health physician whose goal was very much to do something amazing for the world in improving health. So I'm not worried about big legacies. I'm thinking about how can we create more medicines that matter for people, and then hopefully touch as many lives as we can.
Well, Vas Narasimhan, thank you so much. I'm afraid we've run out of time, but thank you so much for talking to Bloomberg for the year ahead today, and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm James Payton. I'm a health journalist at Bloomberg News in London, and I'd like to introduce Dr. John Nkengasong, Director of the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. He has decades of experience in public health battling viruses, including HIV, and has played a pivotal role in Africa's response to COVID-19. Now, 2 years into the pandemic, vaccine supplies are finally picking up. Manufacturing projects are underway to reduce Africa's reliance on the rest of the world, but only 10% of its population is vaccinated today. Distribution challenges are threatening to slow rollouts. A rush for boosters could further widen inequalities, and future variants, of course, remain a big risk. Now, Doctor, I wanted to start with Omicron and the question of whether we are approaching a turning point in 2022. Officials, as you know, in some countries are keen to start thinking about COVID as an endemic disease, living with the virus. What's your response to that in Africa, where most people are still unvaccinated?
I think thinking of Omicron and COVID-19 in general, in terms of an endemic disease in Africa, is going to be a reality if we do not vaccinate at speed and at scale in 2022. What we must do collectively to get the continent to where it has to be, which is to vaccinate at least 70% of its population by the end of 2022, is to work more collaboratively, more cooperatively, and more in solidarity to get us to where we have to be. As we speak, as you rightly said earlier, 10% of the continent has been fully vaccinated. And it will be an obvious task to get to 70%. But unless we get to that level, the continent has an unpredictable and uncertain trajectory for this pandemic.
Now, in thinking about vaccines, those doses are starting to flow. The focus is shifting to getting those shots into arms now. But donations are arriving, with short shelf lives and little notice. How has that hindered the rollout in Africa? And what do you see as the biggest challenge now in boosting vaccination rates?
So let's start with the good news. The good news is that we are beginning to see a shift where vaccines, many more vaccines are arriving in the continent through several avenues. The African Vaccine Acquisition Task Team, commonly called AVAT, that is coordinated by Mr. Strive Masiyiwa, created by President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa when he was the chair of the African Union. The COVAX mechanism, COVAX just celebrated 1 billion dose donation this week. And of course, bilateral donations like those coming from the US CDC, the US government, I beg your pardon, and others across the world. So that is the good news that we are seeing now. Now, the challenge we have on our hands is how do we translate these arrivals of vaccines into the arms of people and get us from where we are to about 70%. That is really going to be the challenge and the way we should focus in 2022. It is doable. African countries have shown that if enabled and supported, they can truly scale up vaccination. Look at what is happening in Rwanda. Look at what is happening in Morocco and Seychelles, Mauritius. So it's doable if we apply our minds to it, and we should apply our minds to it in a more deliberate fashion in 2022.
And I wanted to follow up on donations as well, because there was some Airfinity data last week that showed about 240 million doses purchased by wealthy countries are set to expire in March before they can be used. That number could rise much higher. What is your reaction to that waste, given so many people in the world are unprotected today?
No, my message to the world has always been that we are in this together. And a threat anywhere, especially in Africa, a continent of 1.2 billion people, will continue to be a threat all over the world. And we've seen that with the Omicron. We should really apply our minds, as I said earlier, to ways we can coordinate our efforts such that those kind of amounts of vaccines are evenly distributed, and do that quickly. I mean, a pattern we have seen on the continent, and where we have, as Africa CDC, work closely with other partners to issue a statement on, is the short delivery. Okay, if you deliver vaccines and they arrive within 4 weeks or so time frame, it's a very high possibility that those vaccines would not be used. And then the narrative will be that Africans have not used those vaccines, which is not really accurate. So I think a coordinated approach, a more collaborative approach will be extremely important. And that is why we salute the efforts of countries that are making large donations to the continent, as I indicated earlier.
And I want to get your thoughts on manufacturing as well. There are numerous efforts underway across Africa. Companies like BioNTech and Moderna have pointed to various plans. What is it going to take to ensure that those promises are kept? And what do you see as the main obstacle that needs to be overcome to making Africa more self-sufficient when it comes to vaccine manufacturing capacity?
No, wonderful. That is a great question. I think we are seeing several things happening on the continent, all very positive. If you recall, in April of last year, the Africa CDC hosted a summit on vaccine manufacturing in Africa, where about 40,000 participants took part at that summit, including several head of states. And we are very delighted to see that there's been a large movement from the countries in Africa to engage in the process of vaccine manufacturing, including Rwanda, Senegal, South Africa, Morocco, Algeria, Ghana, Nigeria, just to name a few. I think I was in Senegal just a few weeks ago and actually was moved to have been standing at the foundation of where they were building a massive vaccine manufacturing complex. I've been to South Africa, we've been to Egypt to see this, I've been to Rwanda. So it's really amazing to see the tremendous movement that is happening there. So, but what do we need? We need partnerships. We need partnerships with more advanced countries to support these efforts. And that is why we launched the Partnership for African Vaccine Manufacturing, abbreviated PAVM, which has become a framework that is galvanizing the manufacturing of vaccines on the continent. So I think that is one set of problems, which means we need human capital. At the same time, we need financial capital and the ability to shape the markets. Remember, you cannot go into any production of vaccines in any meaningful way if there is no market for that. We really have to ensure that if vaccines are produced on the continent, they are actually used or they are purchased and used on the continent and possibly exported. So I think that is those are the kind of the equations that we have to balance between the demand side of it and the supply side of the vaccine manufacturing.
And I mentioned the companies. There's been obviously a big push to get pharma companies to share patents and technology. Do you see any chance of the drug makers, getting on board with that? What's your message to the vaccine manufacturers and the big companies, that say that sharing intellectual property isn't the answer to the access gap? Do you see foresee any changes on that front?
I think we continue to be encouraged by the movement in that front. I mean, the United States, for example, has supported very clearly a move towards intellectual property and sharing and transfer of technology. We know that other countries in Europe have not necessarily taken that position, but we believe that it is a matter of dialogue and a matter of time that everyone sees that it is for a collective interest to share that information, share that knowledge and transfer technology so that you have a strong regional commitment to manufacturing. A strong manufacturing capabilities on the continent of Africa will increase our global health security capabilities and capacities. I think it is not just for the interest of the African continent alone, but it's for the collective interest to have such manufacturing happening on the continent. So again, we should actually evolve also to co-creation of intellectual property, not just transfer of intellectual property, such that if we enable vaccine manufacturing hubs on the continent, they can actually bring together young, talented experts across the continent that will produce and generate knowledge, be innovative, and create technologies that will help in vaccine manufacturing, not just for COVID, but for other diseases that challenge the continent.
And there's a focus on vaccines for good reason, but what about COVID therapies? You said last week that the Africa CDC is in talks with Pfizer about importing their COVID pill. Are you, close to an announcement on that? How soon do you hope to secure antivirals for Africa?
No, absolutely. In the next couple of months, that is essentially in 2022, there are three things that the continent must focus on to continue to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. One is increase access to diagnostics, decentralize it so that the rapid antigen test can actually be used at community level. The more people test, the more people can take responsibility, isolate themselves, then break down the chain of transmission. That is very important. Second, of course, we discussed earlier is scaling up vaccination across the continent. But third, and very importantly, is the access to treatment, the new drugs that are available. Paxlovid is a good example, and we are in discussions, as you said, with Pfizer. We hope and remain very optimistic that in the coming month, hopefully by the end of next month, we will be very close to making an announcement. And why is that important? Because if we look at the Omicron, for example, the outbreak of the Omicron, we realize that if this virus had led to a scenario where the hospital systems will be overwhelmed, then we would have been in a very challenging position. But if you have such drugs, people can actually test and treat themselves at home and not overwhelm the health system. That is why treatment is so important, and we'll continue to engage in that. But I remain very optimistic that in the coming weeks, we should be able to make an announcement with respect to the partnership with Pfizer.
Okay, that's interesting. And to what extent could the lack of testing in Africa limit the advantages, the upside of some of these antivirals? We've seen a lot of cases obviously are not being detected in Africa. There are efforts underway to scale up, testing across the continent. I mean, to what extent is that a worry for you right now?
It is clearly a public health concern that we have to continue to join forces and efforts to scale up testing, because as we've learned in HIV/AIDS, if you test at scale, you identify the infected or affected individuals and then bring them into treatment, especially if the treatment becomes widely available. So testing and treatment will go hand in hand once the treatment becomes available. So we will do everything possible. But again, in partnership, there is none of this that Africa will do on its own. We will need to continue to work in very close partnership because it's a global problem. It requires a global solution.
Okay, and I also wanted to talk about, just some of the indirect costs of COVID-19. The pandemic is threatening to divert resources from other diseases. To what extent have the campaigns to tackle TB, malaria, routine immunizations across the continent and other priorities, to what extent have those been affected, and how do you look at the long-term risk of dealing with COVID on top of HIV?
It is clearly evidence that the COVID-19 pandemic has created massive disruption to other endemic diseases, or call it pandemics. HIV is a pandemic on the continent, and there's been a lot of disruption. The Global Fund has actually clearly indicated how much disruption has occurred in the ability to deliver HIV services and treatment because of COVID. I think many more deaths are happening, not necessarily because of COVID, but due to the disruption that COVID has brought to bear on the health systems. That is true also for tuberculosis and malaria programs. So we have to look at that in a more comprehensive way. And that is one of those harms that you expect a disruptive pandemic like the COVID-19 to bring to the health systems. And that is why treatment is so important. That is why vaccination is so important. And that's why testing at scale is also very, very important. We'll continue to see that if we do not bring this under control, that is vaccinate at scale and at speed, you continue to see in 2022 much more disruptions and deviation of our healthcare workers to devoting their attention more on COVID than other diseases that are out there killing many Africans. So we really need a comprehensive approach to respond to COVID in 2022. That the way to mitigate the harm on other challenges is to really focus and break the backbone of this pandemic in 2022.
And with COVID, returning to COVID for a second, people look at the statistics on the cases and the deaths, which suggest the continent hasn't been nearly as hard hit as a number of wealthy nations. But we've seen estimates showing, say, 1 in 80 cases in Uganda, are being detected. The excess mortality in South Africa is very high. It depends on the country, but to what extent are the costs and effects of COVID being overlooked across the continent?
I think that if you test for and count for any disease, you tend to not count everything. I think it's true not just for Africa, but all over the world. I think what you are seeing in Africa is a reflection of the weak health systems that have always been there. I have argued that you do not fix your health systems in the middle of a pandemic, you fix them before a pandemic. Just like you don't dig your wells when you are thirsty, you actually have to have your wells ready before you are thirsty. So I think the lesson number one we are learning from this is that we have to, as a continent, be very deliberate in investing in our health systems. And that's why we've called for a new public health order for the continent. A new public health order that says that we must invest in our manufacturing of our health security commodities, i.e. diagnostics, pharmaceuticals, personal protective equipment, and vaccines. Our workforce, a competent workforce development, our ability to strengthen our national public health institutions, partnership with the private sector and other sectors are very key components of this new public health order. So that is what, if we do this, then we'll be able to actually, in future pandemic, be able to document exactly what is going on in terms of the prevalence of and burden of the disease and the mortality rate. But for now, we are struggling because of the weak health systems in surveillance, in testing that characterize the continent and has characterized the continent for so long.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned future pandemics, because I wanted to look ahead and get your thoughts on planning for the next emergencies. This won't be the last pandemic. How will Africa be positioned, do you think, coming out of this crisis to be able to respond to the next one? And what is the main thing that you think needs to change to strengthen Africa's health defenses now?
So, as I just said earlier, there's the only way the continent will position itself to be better prepared for the next pandemic is really to implement the elements that I outlined in the new public health order. That is vaccine manufacturing, diagnostics. Remember when this pandemic started in 2019, by January of 2020, there was no country in Africa that had the reagents to test for COVID. Okay, it is only in February that we started training programs in Senegal and subsequently in South Africa to enable countries to have the ability to test. I think that situation has to change. And I'm very optimistic, though, that with what we are seeing now, with Senegal producing rapid antigen tests and South Africa, with Morocco producing the PCR tests, with about 9 or 10 countries engaged in the journey for vaccine manufacturing, how we fight the next pandemic will be very different from what we are currently, the methods and the capabilities and capacities on which we are using to fight the current pandemic there. But we must embrace that new public health order to better prepare ourselves to fight the next pandemic.
And in our closing seconds, tell us about your next steps. President Biden announced his plan in September to nominate you as Ambassador at Large, Coordinator of U.S. activities to combat HIV. What are your next steps?
Well, I think that, as you know, this is the nomination, and I'm very grateful to the President Biden, for that nomination. And remember, it still has to go through a Senate confirmation. And we will have no more, I'm sure, subsequently once we are through with the Senate confirmation.
Dr. Nkengasong, thank you so much for your time. It was great speaking with you, and hope to chat with you again at some point soon.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Bloomberg's The Year Ahead Summit continues right now. We're joined by David Gitlin over at Carrier, the CEO there. David, good morning to you.
Good morning, Romain. Thank you for having me.
And David, of course, we're focusing this summit on the challenges ahead and, more importantly, the opportunities ahead. 2 years now, of course, into this crisis, and a lot of people are looking at some of the big structural changes that have either occurred or are in the process of occurring. For your company, there are a lot of issues that have come to light during COVID, whether you want to talk about indoor air quality, whether you want to talk about cold storage, or some of the digital transformation that sort of shaped your industry as well as some of the industries adjacent to yours. I want to start off with some of the air quality issues, something that I think just regular people now are paying attention to in a way that we didn't do prior to the pandemic.
Well, that's exactly right, Romain. I mean, you look at the fact that we spend 90% of our time indoors, it's absolutely critical that we provide people with a safe and healthy indoor environment. And now everyone's paying attention. These issues have always existed, but now you see people making restaurant reservations and insisting that they sit outdoors. You know, you look at the schools here in the United States. As of last week, there were 5,400 schools that were closed. If you take about 500 students per school, you're dealing with 2.5 million kids that are out of school. So people's fear about being in crowded indoor spaces has become paramount. And we have an opportunity to create a safe and healthy indoor air environment with the right kind of ventilation, the right kind of filtration systems. We can take drastic actions that really prevent the spread of flu and COVID type vaccines and give people not only a safe indoor environment, but also give them the confidence to re-enter society.
The types of companies, the type of organizations that are reaching out to you on air quality, is that primarily schools and governments? Is it restaurants? Where is it coming from?
It's really all of the above, Romain. If you look at schools, that's very encouraging. If you look at the bills that have been passed here in the United States, $190 billion, $190 billion has been allocated to K through 12. And that's funding that they have never had available. And a good chunk of that is going to go to things like safe and healthy ventilation systems. So that's been a key focus area for ours, but it's also restaurants. You know, we came up with a new OptiClean unit, which is a very easy to install portable filtration system that restaurants, dentist office, others have been quite interested in. We innovated it in weeks, not months, and we've now sold over 40,000 of them. So that's good for some of the spaces like schools and like restaurants, but it's also things like the Atlanta Braves. You know, if you look at Truist Park and some of the indoor spaces, we have a digital tool that we've created that we call Abound that gives people visibility about the safety of the indoor environment. You know, one of the issues, Romain, is that if you look at drinking, you would never drink a dirty glass of water because you can look at it and you see that it was discolored. You cannot see whether or not the air is safe. And what we've come up with is a new digital tool. So when you go into Truist Park to go to a Braves game, inside, you will see a digital dashboard. Is it a safe indoor environment for you to breathe in? And the Braves have really leaned into it. The Cherokee school system outside of Atlanta has leaned into it. Office buildings are now showing a lot of interest as they get some of their employees back to the office. So it's been pretty universal.
Let's sort of an outgrowth, or I guess an appendage of that business, if you will, isn't just, of course, air quality. It's also about the efficiency of these systems here. And we've seen many companies, in fact, you really don't see any sort of major construction right now, at least in any major city, that doesn't really take into account the environmental aspects of that building and the quality of the air in it. What is the business proposition for Carrier specifically trying to address those needs?
You know, what it's all about is coming up with more energy efficient, sustainable solutions for the long term for all sorts of buildings, whether it's homes or up to large commercial office buildings in cities like New York, where New York City has passed regulations that are going to drive energy efficiency, 40% improvement and reduction in carbon emissions between now and 2030 for the large buildings in New York, and an 80% reduction between now and 2050. So we need to drive more energy efficient, sustainable solutions. It's not only good for the environment, it's good for business. You know, you saw Larry Fink's letter this morning at BlackRock, and what he was saying is that sustainability and ESG has to be a part of our DNA, but it's also good for long-term investors because we know it is a megatrend that is here to stay because climate change is not going away anytime soon. If you look at Bill Gates's recent book, he dedicates an entire chapter to HVAC. And that's because buildings contribute 40% of global carbon emissions come from buildings, and 40% of that is from HVAC. So we are contributing 16% as an industry to greenhouse gas emissions, which means we need to be part of the solution. More technologically advanced refrigerants that have a lower global warming potential, more energy efficient solutions, more heat pumps and electrification and sustainable electrification move away from diesel for trucks and trailers, but also a move away from oil and gas powered heating systems in buildings.
Are you finding investors, though, receptive to that? Investors who in many ways care more about just how much money the company makes and what they as investors get in return?
I don't recall the last investor meeting we had where we did not get into a discussion on ESG, period. Every single investor, especially in Europe, but you look at the lead. I mean, BlackRock, I think, is the biggest investor. They've taken a leadership role, but it's across many of our investors. I would say all of our investors. We get into that discussion partly and majorly because they know that it's a sustainable trend, and they know that those companies that have differentiated solutions around things like heat pumps operating at cold ambient temperatures effectively will have a competitive advantage. They know there's going to be more regulations globally that are going to drive the need for more energy efficient solutions, and that plays right to our strengths. Regulation actually creates barriers to entry because there's only so many companies that have the R&D and the capability to keep up with innovation. We're going to spend more than $2 billion this decade on sustainable solutions. Not a lot of companies keep up with that. We have more than 4,500 engineers, and there's not a lot of product development that goes on here that doesn't think about both intelligence and sustainability. And investors know that's going to be a differentiator, and they're trying to figure out where to place their bets, especially in our space of who's going to win in that space.
Well, you are a global company. I'm curious as the differences that you're seeing right now between the receptiveness of this in the US versus other major regions, including Europe.
I would say Europe is probably out in front globally on the focus on sustainability. Our investors there, and frankly, our customers there, are very in tune with the criticality of energy efficient solutions. So for example, we have some major container customers, and part of our business is our refrigeration business. And we meet with them, and we've offered a new digital solution for our customers, not only in Europe, but globally, that enable them to have a single pane of glass that looks at all of their emissions for their entire fleet globally. We're doing that now with retail customers here in the United States, where they're very, a lot of our customers, I would say almost all of our customers, are making commitments about carbon neutrality by a certain date. I'll be carbon neutral in my operations by 2030, 2040. We go meet with our customers and we say, do you have a clear roadmap to get to your carbon neutrality commitments by the date that you've committed? Most to a person say no. What we can do is provide solutions by giving them tracking methodologies and more energy efficient solutions to help them get to their needs. Investors in Europe are paying a very big attention to this area. Investors, of course, like BlackRock here in the United States, but many others in the United States are just behind Europe in terms of the focus here. And then you're starting to see more investors globally. In Singapore, there are certain funds that have a requirement of sustainability metrics for them to even invest in you. So it's a trend that's here to stay.
All right, I want to talk about another trend, something that has come to light for a lot of folks, which is cold chain and cold chain storage, and that entire sort of, I guess, ecosystem that I think many of us didn't pay a whole lot of attention to. It came to light, of course, with the distribution of the vaccines, particularly outside the developed world, but of course also in our own food supply chain. And I want to know how Carrier fits in that.
Well, Romain, the debate here in the United States is vaccine mandates and, whether to get the vaccine or not. In about half of the world, the debate is how do they even get access to the vaccine? There's about 3 billion people globally that live in areas with insufficient cold storage capabilities, 3 billion people. So when you look at countries like India, Indonesia, Mexico, many parts of sub-Saharan Africa around the world where you have nearly half of the world's population, they don't have access to vaccines because you have insufficient cold storage capabilities. More than 90% of vaccines are need to be distributed and kept cold in a refrigerated fashion. And the ecosystem of the cold chain network is just insufficient in many of these countries globally. So one of the things that COVID has done is shined a light on the criticality of building out the maturity and the capabilities of that cold chain network. So one of the things we've done, for example, is we partnered with AWS to come up with a new digital platform that we call Links that gives you end-to-end visibility on the cold chain capabilities. So what happens, and the reason that about 25% of vaccines never get administered and get wasted, is because you have a series of breakpoints in any cold chain. You're going from one refrigerated environment to ambient temperature to another as you go in and out of warehouses, in and out of different modes of transportation. What you need is visibility to anticipate a potential failure and avoid them. What our platform Lynx does, our partnership with AWS, is it gives you that end-to-end visibility and also uses AI and ML to anticipate potential breakpoints and then prevent them. Pre-cooling a trailer before you do pick up a load at a warehouse, you can then look at that and say, I need to pre-cool an hour in advance. So when the parcel gets into the trailer, it's already into a cooled environment. Has the trailer door in the cab been left open? You can start to see that and then send an immediate message to the driver to close the trailer door. So a lot of AI and ML capabilities not only remain critically important for pharma distribution, where people, it costs the industry about $35 billion of loss every year. But on the food side, that industry is losing about $200 billion a year because a third of all the world's food that gets produced never gets consumed. And it's a humanitarian crisis because you got 1 in 9 people going to bed hungry every night. It's also an economic crisis, and we can be part of the solution by building out the maturity and the capabilities of that cold chain system.
Well, we'll talk a little bit more about the food side. Where's the problem now? Is it on, I guess, the producer side, or is it more on the end consumer side with regards to the breakdown in that cold store chain?
It's really, that's the interesting thing about your question, Romain. It's not any one person's issue. It's the end-to-end issue. To get bananas from Ecuador to the United States, there's 9 different handoffs in that one chain. There's many parts of Africa that don't have access to fresh produce. And what you're going to see is, as you see the rising middle class and people being able to afford things like food and fresh food, and by the way, air conditioning and some of the other systems we provide, what you need is to build out the maturity of the entire system. That's why it's not up to any one distributor or any one pharma company or any one supermarket to build it out. What we want to do is provide that end-to-end cold chain visibility and solutions to actually get the product from A to B in a refrigerated environment without any breakpoints.
So who pays for that? Effectively, who then becomes your customer? Is it a company? Is it a retailer? Is it a government?
It's going to be all of the above. In some places, like in India, where we've been working with the government, you're going to see a public-private partnership. We're starting to work with the United Nations Food Network, food system in Africa to build out that. So you're going to see some public incentives to help connect the dots. And then you're going to see private companies that, pharmaceutical companies who we're in direct communication with saying, I don't want to pay $35 billion of loss of pharmaceuticals every year. They're going to have a big incentive to make sure they make the right investments to make sure the product gets from origination to destination. So it's going to be usually the folks that are at origination, like the pharmaceutical companies or the food producers, with some support from public entities.
Let's talk about your own manufacturing capabilities and, more importantly, some of the supply chain issues that we know have disrupted some of that manufacturing, if not for carriers, certainly with a lot of other companies out there. There's been a huge dearth of chips out there that folks can't get their hands on. How has Carrier been dealing with some of those shortages?
It's been tough, Romain. I mean, to be frank, I think it's been daily tactical fighting some of the issues that we face every day. But what we're trying to do is take a much more strategic approach so we come out of this pandemic in a much more robust, resilient way. So, for example, we are now dual sourcing many of our critical components. We had 25% of our critical components dual sourced. We've gone to 35% on our way to 75% in the next 5 years. We're investing more in automation. We've gone from 1 million manufacturing hours that were automated to now 3 million at the end of last year, and we're going to double that number within the next 5 years. So we're starting to work directly with chip manufacturers, which we hadn't in the past. We would often buy chips through a distributor. We're now not only working directly with our chip OEMs on behalf of ourselves. One of the key focus areas we have is buying chips and procuring them on behalf of our tier 1 suppliers, whether they're compressor or motor suppliers. They're just as reliant on chips as we are. So, and we have more critical mass to be able to support our tier 1, tier 2 suppliers. So one of the biggest focus areas that we've had as a company is on chip procurement. Labor continues to be a challenge, of course, only exacerbated here in the United States and globally by COVID. So absenteeism is high. So we're having to do a lot of different activities to make sure that we can keep factories open and make sure that we support our suppliers on the labor side. That continues to be a challenge. But I will tell you that a lot of folks are really stepping up and working tremendous hours to make sure they support us and our customers through some of these challenging times.
I want to go back to your comment there on OEM suppliers. I am curious as to how much leverage Carrier has to get, I guess, towards the front of the line with some of these companies versus, a car maker or some of the other industries that to a certain extent may seem to have precedent. I'm also curious as to whether there is more of a longer term strategy here with regards to making sure that you have that steady supply. Is it longer term contracts? Is it more of an onshoring of production? What's the longer term solution?
Well, with respect to chips in particular, I would say we have much less leverage than some of the folks you mentioned, automotive suppliers, certainly the Apples of the world. So we actually don't have the kind of buying power with the chip OEMs that maybe some other folks in other industries do. But I can tell you that we have met directly with the CEOs of major chip manufacturers. We've made it very clear that we're in this with them for the long term. We've done unique arrangements with them that we've never done in the past. We have now procured capacity with some major chip OEMs, which we never would have done in the past. So we are using some unique relationship and commercial arrangements to make sure that we buy not only on behalf of ourselves, but also on behalf of our suppliers to move closer to the front of the line. And we are using unique arrangements to try to help, give ourselves that continuity of supply that we desperately need.
And with regards to your workforce, obviously a big chunk of your workforce are on the manufacturing side, if you will. I am curious with regards to how you're reshaping your workforce, the ability for people to work remotely if they can, I guess, on the corporate side, and less so on the manufacturing side. What sort of steps have you taken to get everyone back who isn't back safely?
Well, we really divide the workforce into multiple groupings. So, for example, folks in the factory, obviously, you really have to be present in the factory. And our goal there is to create as safe and healthy an environment as physically possible. We have not mandated the vaccine, but we have not only strongly encouraged it, we've expected it, we've administered it in our factories wherever we possibly can. The same kind of healthy indoor environments that we've talked to our customers about, we install those systems in our own factories, in our own offices, to really give Carrier employees confidence to come back into into indoor spaces. So we're trying to really facilitate the reentry and the continuity of our factories. And then we have field employees that go out and support our customers in places like hospitals and commercial office buildings and airports and other facilities. And what we've done is try to help facilitate them getting the vaccines and making sure that we work with our customers to ensure they have a safe indoor environment as they go to support our customers globally. And then with the offices, it really varies around the world. About 80% of our employees are outside the United States. Many parts of the world, they've been back in the offices for some time in parts of Asia, even in parts of Europe. And then what we do is we've been managing it to make sure that we give people the right distancing. I think in the future state, you will have more of a hybrid kind of environment, more flexibility than we would have seen in the past. At Carrier, we do have a bias for trying to get people together. We believe that creates the right kind of culture, the right kind of innovation that we want to really make sure that we're best in class. So we will have a bias for having some level of in-work person activity together, but we will create an environment for some work from home as well.
All right, I want to go back a couple of years here, David, to effectively the start of the pandemic, which coincided, of course, with Carrier becoming a standalone company. Obviously, a lot of challenges that we don't need to go through. The stock has been a pretty strong performer, at least in the industrial space. I'm curious as to whether you think Carrier would have done just as well had it still been part of United Technologies, Raytheon, or if it did better as a standalone entity.
I think there's a lot of benefits to focus. So yes, the stock has done okay since we spun. I could tell you that it's just the beginning. We would say that we're still kind of somewhere between the first and the second inning. And, we look at the fact that we still trade at a discount to some of our peers. We have a long, long way to go as a company. And one of the reasons is there is so much opportunity ahead. We have this once in a lifetime opportunity to meet the moment that's in front of us. Some of the conversation, Romain, that we've had around providing healthy and safe indoor environments, to providing a more robust cold chain, to giving half of the world access to air conditioning that doesn't have it today. That's a huge opportunity, going to drive huge growth. It's going to be about differentiation, and it's going to be about customer focus and life cycle solutions. As a standalone company, we can provide focus, continuity of investments, be there for our customers, have an externally focus that really enables us to lean into this moment to provide solutions. So I think it's been a lot of positive things that we've done over the last couple of years, but I would say our best days are ahead in terms of the opportunity.
All right, another sort of event that we saw over the last year was the signing of that infrastructure bill in Washington. A lot of money distributed or potentially going to be distributed towards a lot of projects that I think would benefit a company like Carrier. I know you had some personal involvement with that, did you not?
Yeah, we were honored to, be partnered with the White House and with other business leaders to really support the infrastructure bill. And, look, there's $550 billion of new investments. You can link about $85 billion or so of that directly to the kind of areas that we focus on. We talked earlier about K through 12. That's very thematic for us. So I mentioned there's already been $190 billion of investments. A little bit more comes from the infrastructure bill through K through 12. There's more investments on sustainability in cities and localities that are going to drive more sustainable solutions. Federal buildings, airports driving more sustainable solutions. So we look at that additional funding from the infrastructure bill as we look on electrification for things like transport refrigeration units and more energy efficient solutions for things like federal buildings, and getting a healthy indoor environment for our kids to get back to school in a sustainable environment in the schools. That's all right in our wheelhouse. And we're going to lean into as much of that funding as possible to provide solutions for those customers.
And that push into sustainability long-term, does that push, or I guess the impetus for that, does that come primarily from government regulation or legislation? Does it come from the companies themselves? Or as you alluded to earlier, does it come from investors asking for more?
It's all of the above. I think they're frankly all intertwined. I mean, I think it's wonderful to see investors like BlackRock and many others leading the way to say that there's an expectation of companies to make the right kind of long-term investments around sustainability. That's a very, very significant driver. Governments pushing regulation. I mentioned the regulations in New York City, but as governments push regulations, they're pushing the decline of certain types of refrigerants and the forcing of new refrigerants that are more friendly to the ozone layer and have a lower global warming potential. That kind of regulation, again, it drives differentiation, it drives the need for innovation, and it drives that there's very few companies that can keep up with those kind of investments. One of the things that, as tragic as COVID has been, one of the things that's been positive during this experience has been the awareness of companies to see the art of what's possible in terms of rapid innovation to solve really hard problems. And what the scientists have done in these major pharmaceutical companies to innovate an effective and safe vaccine in a year when it normally would take 5 to 10 years, we've taken that to heart to say, why does it take 2 years to come up with a new centrifugal air conditioning system when we can do it in a year? Why does it take, how do we innovate a new smoke alarm, a new OptiClean unit in weeks, not months? So one of the things that we're really leaning into is rapid innovation to provide solutions to some of these really critical challenges that are good for our customers, are good for society, good for the planet. And again, I really do think it's a unique moment in time to really lean into these opportunities, not only for Carrier, but for many of our peers, to lean into the moment to really make a difference and make a positive change.
All right, David, I think that's well said, and I think that's a great place for us to end it here. We really appreciate you giving us your time today. David Gitlin there, he is the CEO of Carrier. Don't go anywhere. Bloomberg's The Year Ahead Summit continues right after this.
Welcome to the Bloomberg Year Ahead. I'm Guy Johnson from Bloomberg Television and Radio, and I'm delighted to be joined for this look ahead by Shai Weiss, the CEO of Virgin Atlantic. Shai, Happy New Year. Welcome to the Bloomberg Year Ahead. Thank you for taking some time to join us here with your thoughts. Let's talk about the year ahead. 2020, 2021, two incredibly tough years. What does this year look like?
Well, indeed, recovering from the pandemic will take a bit of time, but I think we are now more hopeful towards 2022 on the back of, I think, better news with respect to Omicron and the fact that at least in the UK, cases are going down. The NHS, while being strained, is dealing and coping miraculously with the situation. And of course, changes to the restrictions on travel, which have been removed here in the UK and in other places on January the 5th, give us indication that this year should be a better year than 2021 and 2020.
In terms of the amount of pent-up demand there is, we've had 2 years of people not flying and not flying long haul in particular. In terms of the kind of demand that you're expecting to see, what are the early indications?
Well, first of all, we're on the back of December. December was the best month we've had since February of 2020, which tells you that things are starting to improve, and pent-up demand is there. People have not really treated themselves to, in large parts of the population, to a great vacation or even to business trips for 2 years. Now, it's undetermined yet how it all manifests itself in 2022, but I'm looking at the numbers after the announcements here in the United Kingdom. Numbers are, in terms of selling tickets, are back to where they were in November before the restrictions arose, and we're looking into a pretty good summer. Overall, our expectations for 2022 would be that revenues would come in, give or take 85 to 90% of 2019 levels. First half depressed, second half very good. But of course, all that, assuming all things remain as they are, stable and improving, of course, in the situation with Omicron.
I was about to say, what is your degree of certainty around all of this? What kind of volatility do you think you may see in some of these figures?
Look, if I've learned anything throughout the last 2 years is only to focus on the things that we do control. The one thing that we do not control is COVID-19, and every time we think that it is contained, something else comes up. But I think the indications are this should be a much more stable year. And I think it's also clear that governments around the world, people have learned that international travel can operate safely. We have a program of Fly Safe, Fly Well, and the need to curb travel as a means, and the only means almost sometimes, other than domestic measures, to curb the impact of COVID-19, I think is now receding. So it should be a more normal year. I'm not saying the new normal. I don't believe in that. Just a more normal year with travel back at scale. But it will take time to get back to where we were in 2019.
What will travel feel like this year? When I get on an airplane, when I go through an airport, when I visit a destination, what will it feel like, do you think?
Well, first, right now, there's a lot of paperwork, and I think that should also be reduced dramatically as people get to terms with the new situation. But there's a lot of paperwork. People want to know the status of your vaccine, where you're going to be, what have you tested. So that's one thing. People, of course, are wearing masks, as they should, throughout the airports and on our planes. And when you're on a plane, the planes are absolutely cleaner, but the service is the same. We have people. We say that our people learn to smile through their eyes rather than just through their faces. I think you feel growingly that it's something that you're used to, but there's a level of apprehension of passengers who have not traveled for a long period of time coming back. But I can tell you that it is safe. Throughout the pandemic, we've really taken exceptional measures to ensure that the planes are clean, that we provide masks and things to make the travel more convenient and more secure. But overall, it's the same old flight, just a different sensation for the people coming on our planes.
You mentioned business a moment ago. Business travel has been very restricted. Again, what does demand look like? You have a very strong leisure component in terms of your mix. but give us an idea of what you think business is going to look like, particularly on the North Atlantic.
Yeah, so the one thing I would say is exactly the shape of business travel is very hard to predict. But I can tell you that right now, business travel is about 30% in terms of the tickets we're selling for, we ask customers what the purpose of travel is, and 30% is really right now on business. I think in 2022, we'll see a growing state of that. In our predictions, there will be changes to travel. Maybe the day trip that people did to a city in Europe or just a day trip to New York or Boston may not be in the cards, but there'll be longer trips, more meaningful trips. And I have no doubt that this cliche, which kind of works, that people do business with people and not with companies, is a true indication of where things are going to go. So how exactly it shapes up, I do not know, but I am pretty confident that more and more business travelers will be back traveling to their colleagues, their partners, their teams. It's just a necessity of good business.
You talked fairly positively about how things are going to develop this year. You mentioned, though, the degree of certainty you have about what's going to happen and how difficult it is to predict what the story is going to look like. Do you now have the business model, the balance sheets, the operating structure to be able to cope with that? How different is the business, and is it now built for this more volatile environment?
Well, look, our story of fight for survival through the pandemic is well documented, and rightly so, because it was really testament to the people of Virgin Atlantic and the stakeholders of Virgin Atlantic that we are here in a pretty good state. During 2020 and 2021, we did a 1.5 billion pound recapitalization of Virgin Atlantic, and it was capped in December with a 400 million pound investment by our shareholders, Virgin Group and Delta Airlines. So we're entering 2022 in a very good position in terms of our cash, our resilience, and the business model. Now, we've done dramatic changes to Virgin Atlantic by necessity and by design. We've gone further than any other airline to ensure that we're fit for purpose for the future and future volatility, because it may or likely to come. So, we took some drastic measures to improve our cost base. We reduced it by over 300 million pounds. And our job is really to ensure that demand, when it recovers, we're there to serve it, that we contain our costs, but of course, continue to provide the exceptional service that our people do day in, day out.
One of the things that kept the business going throughout the pandemic, you've mentioned the cash injections, but the other one was what is happening with cargo. Supply chains remain a huge challenge. What is your perspective?
Look, our cargo business did phenomenally well and continues to do that because, supply chains, for example, in Hong Kong are still disrupted, China disrupted, containers are in the wrong places, and people, really want to move goods and services much quicker than they were used to in normal times. Our cargo business really doubled its business and continues to do that. December was still a record month, for our cargo business. But the more we start to recover passenger business, unfortunately, means that there is less space for cargo on our planes. So overall, it will be a declining business, but that's a good sign overall, because it means that passengers have returned to the skies.
Yeah, we'll look forward to that. The volatility has obviously caused huge challenges when it comes to people management as well. How have you repurposed your staffing? How do you think about staffing going forward as you work through the rest of this year? We're already seeing the impact in terms of Omicron, in terms of outages, people not being able to turn up for work. Is that something that persists? Also, in terms of the volatile demand, how are you reimagining your labor story?
Yeah, so in 2020 we reduced our staff by 45%, and that was devastating for so many people that did nothing wrong other than caught up in the impacts of COVID-19. But we did some innovative. We moved 2,000 of our cabin crew and about 500 of our pilots into what was called a holding pool. which meant that when demand returns, we would be able to get them back to work for Virgin Atlantic. And I'm really happy to say that over 1,000 cabin crew and already 150 pilots have returned, and more pilots will be returning in H1. Not only that, we actually this week announced that we're recruiting 400 new cabin crew to Virgin Atlantic to really serve the customers and get to full capacity. So I think we have really invested in our people to ensure that we're here to be at full capacity this summer. And again, like I said, we must recognize that it's the people of Virgin Atlantic that have ensured that we get through this in a very good position for the return of international travel scale in 2022.
Do you think some of those challenges will persist as the virus becomes endemic? It is going to become part and parcel of life. We're already seeing governments reducing quarantine periods. How do you think about the kind of volatility you're going to see in staffing going forward? Is it going to remain more elevated?
Look, over the Christmas period, we have absence of staff due to clearly the circumstances of either being close to people with COVID or having COVID, but we were able to operate most of our schedule. Of course, we made some tactical decisions to ensure that we were in a good place. And I do expect this to continue for a bit of time. But the bigger problem or the bigger issue facing economies is that there is shortage of great people out there. Demand is high for talented people, which we have many. And not just at Virgin Atlantic, which we are fully staffed and not really the problem itself. But if you look at the ecosystem in which we operate, demand for people at the Heathrow location, demand for people who provide services and goods to the airline so that we can provide it onwards. There is a demand for good people, and that I think will continue. And of course, the other thing is high inflation, which impacts labor and creates greater mobility. We've seen the Great Resignation in the United States with 4.5 million people resigning just in December. So that gives you the scale of the issue. This is not going to go away, I don't believe, in the next few months. And it's something that we're insulated as Virgin Atlantic because of the brand that we have, but in the ecosystem that we work, it has a major impact.
How does inflation affect the airline sector? You talked about what's happening in the labour market. Wages presumably will have to go up if you want to attract talent. But more broadly, how do you think the inflationary environment is going to affect what you do? Are you going to be able to pass this on in terms of higher prices? Are you price makers or are you price takers?
Well, I think aviation is a hugely competitive industry, and it tends to be, I would say, price taker rather than a price maker. So we will have to continue to be efficient, continue to ensure that our cost base that we have restructured over the pandemic, it remains a competitive advantage. But inflationary costs and containing them is a major risk, not just to an airline, but to everyone in industry right now. And not all of it can be contained. So I'm assuming that we will need to pass some of it on in the form of prices, and indeed yields are a bit up, but that's because of the demand for tickets and this kind of demand. But this, I don't think it's as transitory as people are thinking. It may persist for another year, definitely to 22, maybe beyond, and all of us just need to become more efficient.
I want to talk about the impact on the kind of sustainability transition when it comes to that inflationary story in just a moment. But you mentioned the Great Resignation in the United States just a moment ago as well. We are seeing a shift in the places that people live and work in the United States in particular. I noticed you just launched that route down to Austin in Texas. Texas is one of the areas that's benefiting from this. People are moving down from New York into Florida. They're moving out of California into Texas and elsewhere. Do you think the route map, do you think the geography of the networks in the States are going to change as a result of this? And how do you adapt?
Yeah, so first, indeed, we've just announced the launch of Austin, Texas, the first U.S. or the new destination in the U.S. for the last 5 years. And, I think this hybrid working changes a bit where people are living as well. So they can, combine, of course, their work and make potentially a different or a better lifestyle in their perspective. Austin has emerged as a tech hub, a media hub, just a place of interest in terms of a greater metropolitan area. So together with our partner Delta and of course with Air France-KLM, we have one of the deepest connectivity into the United States and North America, and of course into Europe. And our job is to connect people, families, businesses, friends, events, and we'll fly where the demand is. It's an exciting period to go into Texas, and we will find possibly new locations. But with our deep network in the East Coast and the West Coast, we simply follow the demand, and we're here to serve passengers wherever they need us.
Let's go back to the inflation story, if we might, in the few remaining minutes that we have, and connect it to the sustainability story. Isabel Schnabel over at the ECB talking the other day about how the energy transition is going to be hugely inflationary. How is the aviation industry, given the stresses and strains that we've seen as a result of the pandemic, going to be able to deliver what is required of it in terms of the energy transition? What can this industry actually afford to deliver, do you think?
Well, clearly sustainability is a major issue for any airline and for really any person on this planet. I would say the first thing that an airline needs to do is it's the quest for efficiency, and efficiency is gained by having the youngest fleet in the sky. We've made those investments, and actually 2022 is an exciting year. We're going to have the first of the A339neos coming in, which are a further indication of this new generation of airplanes, and they are 30 to 40% more efficient than the 747s and the A340s that we had. So we have the youngest fleet across the Atlantic, or one of the youngest fleets across the Atlantic, and that is a dramatic reduction in fuel. It will be 30% by the time we get to 2030 versus the previous fleet that we had. Second, of course, is sustainable aviation fuel, and that is a dramatic challenge, not just for airlines, but for the oil majors and for society in large. The technological solution may exist, but the scale-up has not been proven. And we need to see hundreds of times more capacity for sustainable aviation fuel made available over the next the next 5 to 10 years for all of us to meet the net zero commitments we've made for 2050. And that, of course, will come at a price because it's not cheaper. It's actually probably more expensive. But I believe that corporations will want to fly airlines that are more sustainable. I think consumers will discriminate on that basis. And I think it's not just the airlines that will have to foot the bill for flying a more sustainable fuel. It's going to be shared by all stakeholders in this massive and important equation.
How do you plug new technology like eVTOL into the story as well? New technology is emerging at a fairly granular level in terms of aviation. And I'm wondering how you and other airlines, I talk to plenty of airlines, and they're trying to figure this out right now, how electric technology, how vertical takeoff and landing technology becomes part of the network.
Yeah, now I'll start again with the honest truth. For long-haul planes across the Atlantic, electric planes will not be a solution in the next 10, 20, or probably 30 years. Neither would be technologies that replace the jet engines that we know. But we're very excited by eVTOLs. Specifically, we've partnered with Vertical, and we have an option to buy up to 150 planes from them. But that is to solve the first mile to the 100 miles. So connecting from, for instance, Cambridge to Heathrow, from Brighton to Heathrow or Gatwick, from Leeds to Manchester. And then once you have that solved, you can actually do an intercity connectivity or between cities, so a network in itself. So we're very excited about that. But for us, it's really about the first and last 100 miles, electrifying that and providing a service that then attaches to our planes as they go across the Atlantic, or, of course, to Asia and Africa.
So it's always a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you so much for your time. Looking into 2022, understanding what is going to happen with Virgin Atlantic, the aviation industry, and the wider economy. We really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for it. Shai Weiss, the CEO of Virgin Atlantic.
Good morning. I'm Shanali Bassick, Wall Street reporter for Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg News. Thank you for joining us. I am pleased to be joined today by David Rubenstein. He's the co-founder and co-chairman of the private asset giant Carlyle, and he's also the host of Peer-to-Peer by Bloomberg and also Bloomberg Wealth. David, thank you so much for joining us today. You look at the market this year, and it doesn't look at all like it looked last year. And there's a lot of fears about where it goes from here. Do you have a fear that what is happening with the Federal Reserve could set us on the course of a correction?
Well, I think we are due for a correction. The markets have been very ebullient for quite some time. We've been basically having free money, right? So interest rates have been so low. I think the Fed has indicated it's going to increase interest rates 3 or 4 or maybe even 5 times at some point this year and perhaps next year. So the market is anticipating that. But until it actually happens, I think the market won't really correct. But the market is weaker already this year than we would have expected. The economy is generally in good shape, but I think the Fed is likely to ratchet up interest rates, and that will, I think, put asset prices down a bit.
And in the near term, how is this inflationary story going to impact both investors and the companies that are grappling with these higher costs?
Yeah, inflation is something we really haven't had for quite some time. When I worked in the White House, we famously got inflation to 15% or something like that. That was in the 70s. Since then, we've been averaging 2% a year or so for inflation, relatively modest, or even less than 2%. Now we've just had month over month, 7%. And in fact, the 7%, the last number. So year over year, in fact, 7% inflation annualized rate. That's very high. We're not used to that. I think it will normalize out at probably something around 3 to 4%, but that's still double what we've had. So a lot of people are nervous about it. And obviously, people are now beginning to increase prices, and they're beginning to wonder whether their customers will go away or whether their customers will go along with these prices. So if you go and shop at a food market or something, you go to a restaurant, you already see the prices are moving up.
As you mentioned, that 3 to 4% is higher than in modern times.
Right.
So what does that mean for the new reality of the American economy?
Well, inflation is probably going to be a cost that we're going to have to live with for a while. It won't be quite as bad as it was in the 70s, but it's not going to be 2% for a while. And I think this is going to be with us as long as we have COVID and the supply chain problems. Because of the supply chain problems, people are unable to get products that they want to the market. So people who have the products are increasing prices. Also, it's hard to get labor, and you have to get labor. As you probably know, it's very difficult to get labor, work at some, let's say, lower income jobs, and therefore people are paying more to get these people to work than they would previously do. And the result is prices are going up. I think we're going to see this for quite some time.
This increase in labor prices, we saw that today with Goldman Sachs reporting compensation increase of 33%. Now, if you compare that with other areas like private equity, private assets, I mean, how do you put that into context, the price increases we're seeing for talent on Wall Street?
Well, the talent on Wall Street compensation levels are just defy gravity, so they're in a different league. The average person probably isn't really affected by the Goldman Sachs bonuses or private equity kind of compensation. The average person is really worried more about what it costs to buy some food or buy a car or get gasoline. And those prices are up a fair bit. And people have a little sticker shock now when they go to get a gasoline or they go to the supermarket. And I think that's going to be with the people for a while. We have to get used to it. And of course, the problem with inflation is it generally is harmful most to people in the lower incomes because they can't afford as much. So it's really going to hurt people who are blue-collar workers more than probably white-collar workers. The white-collar workers are experiencing it as well.
Well, what does this mean for equality moving forward? If we're seeing the labor increase so much in terms of price for some areas of the economy, whereas inflation eats away at others, as you mentioned.
Well, income inequality is one of the great problems that capitalism has never solved, and it's getting worse. As a result of COVID, people who don't have college education, people who work with their hands, people who are blue-collar workers, people don't have broadband, people don't have childcare at home, they're often falling further and further behind. They're falling behind so much so that I think it's going to be very difficult the next year or two for them to catch up. So income inequality is getting worse, not getting better. And social mobility is a big problem as well. So I wish I could tell you things are going to be better than I think they're going to be. There are going to be some challenges for a while. Now, I think Congress is not able to do anything about this. The Congress is not likely to pass major legislation going to solve all these problems. And of course, if Congress were to pass major legislation, a lot of it will be inflationary because at this point, a lot of the legislation they're considering is putting more money in the economy. And I don't think a lot of members of Congress want to do that right now.
So it's an interesting question going into the midterms as well. What does all of this at the end of the day, this inequality, these concerns about inflation, what does that say about the ability of the Democratic Party to garner more favor at a time where on one hand you had job growth, but on the other hand, you have people not able to pay their grocery bills?
Well, in midterm elections, after a presidential election, it's traditional that the president's party and the president's party will lose 20 to 30 seats in the House in that first midterm. I think many people think that will happen now. And if that were to happen, of course, the House would go Republican. It's also traditional that the party in power at the White House might lose 2 or 3 seats in the Senate. And I think if that were to happen, the party in control of the Senate would be Republican. With both houses in Republican control, I think President Biden is going to have a very difficult time getting anything passed along the lines of what he's proposed before. He may have to adjust what he wanted, but I think it's going to reset expectations considerably if he isn't able to get Congress to do anything he wants. And now with Democrats controlling both houses, he still can't get exactly what he wants.
The cost of some of these spending bills, I want to visit with you because for a while here, we had very low interest rates. But as interest rates start to go up, how does that then start to impact the cost of how we pay for services in our country?
Well, right now, we have roughly $29 trillion of federal debt. And so every budget, we have to put in the interest charges to pay off this $29 trillion or just pay the interest on it. When interest rates are 1% for federal borrowing, it's affordable, you could say. When interest rates go up by twice that or 3 times that, it's going to be much more expensive to pay off the federal debt. Therefore, something else has to get squeezed out. And it's not likely to be the military spending, and it's not likely to be entitlement programs like Social Security or Medicare, Medicaid. So it's going to be the discretionary spending of the federal government, which is shrinking and shrinking because there's just not enough money to pay for everything right now. So it's going to be a big problem as interest rates go up because we have this federal debt and we're not going to be able to avoid paying it.
So one more question here on politics, because you had mentioned the predicament here for the Democratic Party. But of course, you have worked with somebody who's very emblematic of the changes in the Republican Party. That's Glenn Youngkin, formerly co-CEO of Carlyle, and his rise in Virginia. I'm wondering your opinion on what that means for the changes we might see for the Republican Party ahead.
Well, Glenn Youngkin was in our firm for 25 years. I hired him out of, it was McKinsey at the time, very smart person, did a very good job at Carlyle in Europe and in the United States. He decided to get into public service. I didn't think he could win as governor right away because it's very difficult to go from private equity to being governor, but he ran a brilliant campaign. And his strategy was to pay homage to President Trump to some extent, but he never actually appeared with Donald Trump. And I think that enabled him to win the election. Now, I don't know whether other people will be able to do the same thing and win without actually having Trump show up, because in the Republican primaries and Republican caucuses, Donald Trump is extremely popular. In a general election in a state like Virginia, which is more or less a Democratic state, Trump may not be as helpful in a general election. So Glenn Youngkin came up with a model that seemed to work quite well, and we'll see whether he can continue to do that, but he's obviously an impressive person.
And on the flip side of things here, when it comes to Joe Manchin, and I know you've interviewed him before, what kind of control does he have over the plans of the Democratic Party and the ability to get things done this year? How might that take shape in the year ahead?
He has enormous amount of influence because until the Republicans win control of the Senate, and we don't know if they will, but let's suppose they do, between now and the time of that election, the Democrats have a 1-vote majority in the Senate. So if Joe Manchin is not in favor of something, or Senator Sinema is not, it's not going to go anywhere. And obviously, therefore, they have enormous amount of power. I think that the administration hasn't been able to come up with a formula on Build Back Better that pleases either of them. And therefore, I'm not sure that's going to pass. And the same is true on filibuster. So it's going to be very, very difficult. People should remember, though, Joe Manchin is in a state that is one of the most popular, where Donald Trump is extremely popular. I think only Utah did Trump get a bigger majority than he did in West Virginia. West Virginia is a very Republican state, and therefore, as a Democrat, he has to reflect to some extent the constituents' view throughout the state, and that's why I think Joe Manchin isn't able to all of a sudden do whatever the Democrats want.
Now, for an investor, politics is obviously front of mind. So is the Fed. So are geopolitics. Of those forces, or another one that you may not see right away, which is the biggest impact to markets moving forward?
I think going forward this year, the things that the market will be most concerned about is the pace at which the Fed will increase interest rates. Secondly, how big inflation is going to be. Third, what is the status of the U.S.-China relationship? 4, can the President of the United States get any legislation through or not? And therefore, it's a sign of his ability to do things and make the country more effective and so forth. And then I think overall, if there are going to be any international challenges that the president has to deal with, and if it's not dealt with successfully, is it going to make him weaker? For example, let's suppose Russia were to invade Ukraine. We don't know if that's going to happen. The response to that might be very difficult. And so if there's an international crisis, that's going to be a real challenge for the president. But sometimes when you have international crises, actually president's popularity goes up if they handle it well.
So back to the Fed for a second, because what it's going to also do is increase the cost of financing. We mentioned what that meant for the US government, but for investors as well. If you look at the stock of, for example, Blackstone last year, it doubled, but it started on a decline this year, as did most of its private asset giants, Carlyle included. I'm wondering how able and willing will investors be to put real money to work in a higher interest rate environment?
All the private equity firm stocks that are publicly traded doubled more or less last year. We all did quite well, in part because we were earning a lot of money and it was a good time to exit and so forth, and we were raising a lot of money. I think when you have to pay more for interest charges, it makes it a little bit more difficult to make the kind of profits you would like, but it's not that difficult. In other words, when interest rates were 10% or 15%, it was very difficult to make a profitable buyout, or harder. When interest rates are going up a little bit, it's not the biggest challenge. And I should remind people that when buyouts were first started, 95% of the capital structure was debt. So the interest charges were very important. Now the capital structure might have 30% or 40%, maybe 50% debt. It's not as much as it used to be. So it's not an insignificant problem. It's not as big a problem as it was many years ago when you were borrowing so much money.
Now, if you are a Blackstone or a Carlyle or an Apollo, how do you then compete with some of these venture giants that have been expanding? You see some of this already with some of the big private equity firms traditionally going into growth equity and investing in Silicon Valley and technology companies.
Well, the large publicly traded private equity firms, Blackstone, Carlyle, Apollo, and so forth, what they're offering is a brand name that is well known around the world. They've got a deep bench of people, and they can do many different things: growth capital, buyouts, private credit, real estate, and so forth. If you're a specialized venture firm and you've done quite well recently, you're going to raise a lot of money in venture. But I don't think the venture people are going to go into the buyout world so much, or the private credit world. Now, venture people are going into growth capital, and that's where a lot of people are meeting, because growth capital can consume a lot of capital. When you're a large publicly traded firm like Blackstone or Carlyle, putting out $1 million in a deal doesn't really move the needle. So you want to put out more money to actually make things more profitable for your investors and so forth. And so venture capital doesn't usually work at these large publicly traded private equity firms, but growth capital can, because you can put out a fair amount of money in growth capital. So I suspect all the large publicly traded private equity firms are going to be more active in growth capital.
You famously had once said that you missed out on the opportunity to invest in an Amazon.
Right.
So I'm wondering then, how much of an inclination is there for you or many of your peers to be a part of the next Amazon, to be a part of the next big growth story?
Well, today, everybody is afraid that they're going to miss the next big Amazon. And so you see lots of people investing in lots of companies that have no revenue, modest business plan, and so forth, because they think this might happen. In fact, some of these companies have gone public recently, and some through SPACs have staggering valuations that aren't justified by normal standards. But people are not looking at the downside so much. They're worried about missing the upside.
Well, does that mean you think that a lot of people will hit zeros at the end of the day?
Some people will hit zeros. Some people will do quite well. Nobody really knows which way, a particular investment will go. And right now, the fear of losing money is not as dominant as it was closer to the last recession. When you don't have losses for quite some time, and people who are younger in the markets, they haven't been through a correction, they haven't been through a recession, they're not really used to that, and therefore they tend to put money in thinking nothing will go down, and we will see some corrections and people will lose some money.
Well, does that mean you think that people need to get more fearful at this point in time?
I think people should be more cautious than probably they are. I think valuations are very high. I participated in agreeing to some of these valuations and investment committees I participate in, but I'm always nervous about it. It used to be in the buyout world, you paid 7 to 9 times cash flow, more or less, for a buyout. Now, you can't find any buyouts at that price. You probably are going to pay 10 to 15 times cash flow, and maybe in some cases even more. In the venture world, it's completely different. But growth capital today, you're often paying 20, 30, 40 times cash flow, or sometimes 10 times, 15 times revenue. So these numbers are quite staggering, and some of the deals are working out and some may not.
So I'm wondering what this means about your propensity to invest in some of the potential moonshots moving forward, some of the newer industries like crypto or blockchain or space. To what extent are you willing to dive in?
Well, there are two different issues. One is when you have a fiduciary responsibility to other investors or people that are investing with you, you have to be a bit more cautious. But sometimes investors say, I want to be in the next big thing. I'm willing to lose money or have a risk of losing money. So I do think the three areas you mentioned are quite attractive. And I have invested personally in these areas, in blockchain and in crypto-related things, and also in space. And I think other areas that you're going to see is things like quantum computing, artificial intelligence, more life science kinds of things, taking advantage of CRISPR. These kind of investments, I think, are going to likely do quite well. But nobody really knows for certain. Predicting the future is difficult. Really. Investing is all about predicting the future. And nobody can really predict the future. But right now, the technologies I just mentioned, those areas seem to be among the most attractive ones in the new technologies that are coming along.
Now, how do you get comfortable when you don't know what the revenue prospects are going to be in so many of those areas?
Well, investing is about intuition to some extent. So Warren Buffett is probably not sitting around looking at 500-page memos about whether he should do this or not. You have a certain intuition and a certain experience, and you feel it might be a good idea. And then if you're wrong, you go on to the next thing. Great investors are willing to go against the conventional wisdom. Great investors also follow their gut, and great investors are willing to admit a mistake and go on to the next thing. If you're afraid of making a mistake, you're not going to be a great investor.
So what does that mean in terms of, I'd be really curious for you to bring us under the hood here on what your investments look like when it comes to quantum computing, to space, to Bitcoin. How much of your wealth are you really willing to put up when it comes to those newer investments?
Well, new areas, I tell people, if something that's very risky at the beginning, don't put more in than you can afford to lose. So let's take, I don't own cryptocurrencies, but I do own companies that service the cryptocurrency industry. When people go to Las Vegas, very often they know they're going to lose money gambling, but they enjoy it. They just think it's fun, and pleasure is worth losing money. So if you get pleasure out of following cryptocurrencies up and down, and it gives you thrills to see the market go up and maybe make a lot, do it if you can afford to lose that amount of money. It's gambling related money. But if you're really talking about your net worth and taking serious amounts of money and potentially ruining your net worth, I wouldn't recommend that on any new technology. It's just not worth the risk. The most important thing about investing is not losing what you have. You can take some risks and you might lose some of it, but don't lose all that you have, and don't take undue risks. The great investors are not taking all their money and risking in one new currency or one new type of technology. So try different things. And ultimately, when you're investing in a tough atmosphere as is now, you're probably going to lose a little bit more than you would have a year or two ago. A year or two ago, the markets were so ebullient, it was hard to lose money. This year will be more challenging.
You have a book coming out this year that will speak to a lot of these themes that you've mentioned. You've talked to a lot of investors to write this book. Do you feel that some of the largest investors in the world, many people who focus on value for so much of their lives, will be missing out when we look at the new economy?
Well, value investing means, like Warren Buffett would say, or Seth Klarman, I'm buying things that are really worth, and even if the economy turns down, they're going to be really, really worth something. I would say, though, value investors had a tough time in recent years because prices have been so high, there have been a lot of values. Now I think the value investors will probably come back into their own a bit, because I think prices are going to come down, and there are going to be some real problems with some of the companies that were bought at too high a price. For example, right now, about 90% of the SPACs that went public are trading below the issue price. Now, that doesn't mean they're not a good company. It doesn't mean that they won't succeed. But right now, about 90% are below the issue price. So that tells you something about a little bit about the ebullience of the SPAC market.
So what does this mean then for not just the investors, but for the talent moving forward? There's clearly a new economy being built in front of us, but it's not clear to me that the skill sets are the same as what investors are allocating capital to. Do you worry that as a country, we're not investing in the right things when it comes to training up a workforce?
Well, that's a complicated question. I think young people are the key to good investing, and you have to get young people interested, and they have to make mistakes and learn and so forth. I think the country shouldn't have a central authorities saying we should invest in this area or invest in that area. That kind of central planning usually doesn't work. I think you have to let the market forces determine what's really good and not. And ultimately, some of the things we just mentioned, quantum computing or CRISPR technologies will take off and some will not. We just don't really know. That's the joy of investing, is taking some risk. But I think the young people in this country and other countries increasingly find the pleasure of investing more than maybe they did 50 years ago. When I graduated from college more than 50 years ago, very few people said, I want to be a professional investor. And not as many people were begging to go to business schools.
You wanted to be a lawyer.
I went to law school. I thought that was a higher calling. It turned out I wish I had gone to business school as well. But I think that today more and more people are interested in taking a chance, more and more people interested in risking some years of their life to learn a new trade. And I think investing has a good benefit for this reason. If you have good investors in a society, they're going to give capital to good companies. If good companies get capital and they grow, it's going to be good for society, good for employees, good for the productivity of an economy. So I think investing is an art that is important to society. There is no Nobel Prize for investing. Mr. Nobel never had that. But I do think that investors do useful things for society, and I do think that it's a really good profession.
But do you think that, if we go back to the beginning of this conversation and we do hit a downturn, that the same will be true, that more people will be drawn into investing if there is real money to be lost in the coming year or so?
Well, inevitably, if something goes down, people run away from it for a while. Excuse me. But I think inevitably people will come back to it, because if you are an investor, you can be well compensated. There's no doubt that if there wasn't a 20% carried interest rule or carried interest participation in venture capital or private equity, you might not find as many people rushing in that area. When you can get 20% of the profits on other people's money, you tend to attract people who are interested in making money.
Now, I want to take a question from the audience, and it's really relevant on a day where we had Larry Fink's annual letter out on the idea of stakeholder capitalism. As someone who studies politics, do you think business will eventually be a moderating factor in the partisan environment, or will they continue to play both sides?
Business people generally like to know what the rules are, and they want to keep their head down and not cause problems. Now, in recent years, business people, and Larry Fink is one of them, have been saying we have to speak out on social issues much more, like climate change. And I think that's a good thing. But generally, business leaders are trying to find the least controversial way to move forward. I don't think that we can depend on the business community to get Congress to do things that they should be doing. Congress is in a different area, and I don't think most business people are going to spend their energy trying to say, members of Congress, let's come together. I wish they would. And business people have a lot of influence. They have a lot of employees. But I think most business people are just not going to be trying to convince politicians to do what they want.
But it's interesting because at the same time, you see Congress being very divided, not just with companies and the worry about companies becoming more woke, but also with institutions, with the Federal Reserve, real worries that have arisen from different parts of the aisle about getting too involved or not involved enough when it comes to social issues. How do you think that plays out?
Well, I think business people should be more involved in social issues. I'm just saying that I think a lot of them are still reluctant to do so because they don't want to upset one side or the other side. Also, you mentioned that Congress is divided, but Congress is not divided so much as the country's divided. Congress really reflects where the country is. Now, obviously, there's gerrymandering and so forth, but by and large, the country's split down the middle. And by and large, I don't think you're going to get a lot of major change out of Congress because the country is split down the middle.
Humor me for a minute on a spitfire there on certain issues. How do you think this starts to play out this year when it comes to issues like gun control?
Gun control is an issue that all members of Congress recognize is a death type of issue for them politically. There is nothing that is to be gained for most members of Congress getting involved in gun control. And I don't think the Congress is going to pass any gun control legislation of any type, in my view. I just don't see it.
Do you think that, and what about voting rights? I mean, that is also going to be a hot button issue. Do you think corporations will be more vocal this year?
I think corporations will give some lip service to it, but I don't think they're going to really expend that much energy on it. There are some great people doing things in voting rights, Ken Chenault and others doing some great things, but I don't think it's really going to have the impact they would like. And I would say that, to be honest, right now, if the 1964 Civil Rights Act, the epic Civil Rights Act of our lifetime, were to be on the floor of the Congress, I don't think it could pass.
There are so many other issues, but we only have a minute left here. Do you have final thoughts about what investors, anybody watching the markets or the economy really should be worried about in the year ahead or thinking about?
The most important thing to worry about is knowing what you're doing. Do the research. Don't just rely on somebody else. Make sure you know what you're doing, and make sure that you're prepared to admit a mistake if you made it, and then go on to something else. And don't put too much money in any one area. Don't think you're going to create the next Amazon or Apple yourself by putting some money somewhere. It's very unlikely. The most important thing about investing is don't lose what you have. So be very cautious, get respectable rates of return, and don't try to be the next Warren Buffett. It's very unlikely that's going to happen.
That's compounding over time, right?
That's correct.
Thank you so much. That's David Rubenstein. He is the co-founder and co-chairman of Carlyle. And I'm Shonali Bassick, Wall Street reporter for Bloomberg Television. Thank you again for joining us.
The Omicron variant dampened the New Year celebrations. But with higher vaccination rates and new therapeutics, scientists are hoping we might turn the tide on the pandemic. In 2022, will COVID-19 finally become endemic and something we all learn to coexist with? Some changes are here to stay. The way we work, from Wall Street to Silicon Valley.
Apple and Alphabet's Google, they've indefinitely put off their return to office dates.
A challenging labor landscape. Retail businesses and public services are all struggling to find enough staff. Amid the uncertainty, how can business leaders respond to the challenges and opportunities? Is hybrid work here to stay? From exploring the universe to the metaverse, what technologies will define our future? Will crypto rally again after a record year? Will companies prioritize sustainability after a watered-down pledge from COP26? We convene leaders in finance, in retail, travel, healthcare, and technology to map out a blueprint of recovery in 2022. This is the Year Ahead Summit.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Mark Miller. I'm the global editor of Bloomberg Live, and thank you all for joining this session of the Year Ahead. I'm joined today by Michael Tui, who is partner at McKinsey and Company and the McKinsey Global Institute, to talk about a new report that McKinsey has just come out with, which is titled "The Economic State of Latinos in America, the American Dream Deferred." And just to note that McKinsey is, of course, a sponsor of today's event. So, Michael, thank you again for joining us. I was struck by a number of conclusions of this report, which is available online, and I'll give folks directions on where they can find this report when we're finished here. I want to take you through, obviously you're one of the co-authors of the report, so you know these things, but I want to take the audience through a number of striking statistics, striking to me, that you find in this report. So just to set the stage for our conversation, Latinos make up 18.4% of the US population and 17.3% of the US labor force. That share is forecast to rise to more than 30% by 2060. Latino Americans make just 73 cents for every dollar earned by white Americans. Your research finds that Latinos are collectively underpaid by about $288 billion a year. Latino businesses could generate an additional $2.3 trillion in total revenue each year and create 735,000 new businesses that would also create and support 6.6 million new jobs, were we able to close this gap. And then in terms of intergenerational wealth, Latinos' annual flow of net wealth from one generation to the next could be as high as $380 billion than it is today if we were able to address the issues facing Latinos in America. So I think what was helpful in my reading of the report was to understand how you broke down into essentially four categories. And I was also struck by the sort of compounding nature of the problem. So workers are paid less than, Latino workers are paid less than their white counterparts, which then leads to less disposable income, less ability to generate wealth, et cetera, et cetera. And that is this circularity that one of your colleagues told me, if we do nothing, this problem will not be resolved in our lifetimes. So I'd like to start first with the first category that you study in this report, which is among workers. What you found is that wage and representation disparities across the US labor market result in a $288 billion annual income gap. What's behind that gap, Michael?
Mark, thank you for your careful reading of the report. And first of all, I want to acknowledge the terrific contributions of many Latino colleagues who worked on this report. But when we take a look at this aggregate wage gap, it really falls in two large categories for the drivers of it. One is an overrepresentation in lower wage occupations and an underrepresentation in higher wage occupations. We can get into some of the reasons why that's true. But even within occupations, we find that Latino workers are paid less than their white counterparts, even within the same occupational categories. So we see both challenges there, as you said, with representation, as well as the wages that are paid within each occupation. And when we talk about, how can that change? Number one, we did study the pipelines into higher wage occupations, and there are some challenges there, that our education and training systems can try to address in order to, change the percentage, for example, of Latino lawyers, Latino doctors, and if we think about corporate America, how you can actually change not only the entering numbers of people going into various occupations, but also how advancement occurs throughout the system. Because again, if you look at middle management as well as executive management, we do see a decreasing funnel at this point and disproportionate rates for Latino workers.
So it seems to me there are two issues here. One is the wages that Latino workers are paid, particularly in these frontline positions, which we've all come to know are critical positions as the pandemic has helped us understand. And we also should point out that Latinos have been disproportionately affected by COVID-19, in part because they are in these frontline positions. So there's that problem. So is the one solution we need to raise wages for that group. And then there's the pipeline problem. How do you deal with both issues?
Yeah, I think you said it correctly. There are a disproportionate number of Latino workers who work in occupations which we described as essential during the pandemic, and they have been affected more than the white population, for instance, and white workers. And so number one, can we make those jobs better? They are essential. We've declared them essential in our society. What would it mean to actually pay them as essential, but also other factors as well, whether it's benefits. Again, if you think about a pandemic and the effect that it's had on people's health, not having healthcare, not having sick days, those types of benefits, again, could improve a lot of people who are actually in those occupations where Latino workers are disproportionately represented. At the same time, how can we create pathways, number one, for people who are in those lower wage occupations? We've done some analyses, for instance, to understand what are the skills that someone in one of those occupations might have, whether it's a construction job, whether it's an agricultural services job, again, whether it's doing work in an urban area, whether it's in a hotel or what have you. And we actually find overlaps in those skills that those people are exhibiting and those workers are exhibiting in those occupations that actually overlap with occupations that are higher wage. And so how can we actually create these pathways for people from lower wage occupations into higher wage occupations? And then of course, again, how can we improve those pipelines? Take, for example, the pipelines to physicians. What we see is, a lower percentage of Latino students majoring in college in STEM professions and STEM majors. How can we actually make those majors more inclusive, more welcoming for Latino students? And how can we actually support their, number one, entry into college and then completion of college? And so there are a number of different factors, but again, it is partly around representation and then partly around the wages that are paid within occupations.
Right. The second category you look at in this report are business owners. And what's interesting, again, to me about this report is it shows how there has been progress and there's tremendous potential, actually, among the Latino population if we can then find ways to break through some of these barriers. So, for example, Latinos start more businesses per capita than any other racial or ethnic group in the United States, which is, to me, a fascinating statistic. But these Latino-owned businesses have lower sales, lower profits than comparable white-owned firms. And you identify the issue essentially as a lack of access to adequate capital. Many of these firms are founded by, using money from their families or high-interest credit cards. How do we break down that barrier? How can Latino businesses find more actual capital to build their businesses with?
Yeah, from my standpoint, that was one of the most remarkable findings that we discovered, which is the incredibly high rate of Latino entrepreneurship. As you said, almost double the next, largest ethnic or racial group in a per capita basis. Nearly half of 1% of the Latino population starts a new business every year. So it's a remarkable amount of entrepreneurship. That said, when we actually look at the numbers of Latino-owned companies that are in the economy, and as you said, the revenue per firm, it is below what you would expect with proportional representation. And so, unfortunately, we have a higher percentage of Latino-owned businesses leaving and exiting, and not necessarily because of an acquisition. And so, as we analyze, for example, capital flows and capital investments into Latino-owned businesses, again, institutional capital was a much lower percentage than friends and family. And so trying to understand, and we can come back to this again, how we can improve financial inclusion, not only on the consumer side, but for this incredible set of Latino entrepreneurs is one of the real challenges for our, whether it's VC, whether it's private equity, whether it's traditional bank financing. There is a huge opportunity here. And if we actually enable additional capital to flow there, we would expect, as you mentioned before in the opening, many more Latino-owned businesses supporting millions, potentially 6 million jobs in the economy. And just, we can come back to this as well, and I presume we will, because we looked at these 4 different roles, these 2 different roles where, Latino people make money, so as a worker, as an entrepreneur, and then where they can invest that money as a saver or spend it as a consumer. Again, if you have, more Latino-owned businesses, more Latino workers, but other workers that are employed by those businesses, will have a more competitive economy. And as you said before, the percentage of Latinos in the workforce and in the population is just increasing in a very real sense. The future of American growth is Latino people.
So how can we have financial institutions be more intentional about the access to capital and working with Latino-owned businesses? Are there programs out there or projects that you've seen that can serve as models for the industry, financial industry?
There certainly are, and this is a wonderful thing about American business. If we focus on the opportunity, companies do run to it. I think to a certain extent, just a lack of understanding has occurred already. So, even traditional bank financing, simply being able to understand, look, this is a consumer, an entrepreneurship market for which, loans actually can be quite profitable, will bring financing. That said, of course, we do have, institutional organizations around community finance, which are focused on underrepresented populations. Again, those will continue to do their work, and we've seen commitments to increased funding to those CDFIs, as they call them. Right. We're seeing that happen as well. And even on the tech side, whether it's I live in San Francisco, for instance, VCs generally the funding has been underrepresented to brown and black entrepreneurs. We're seeing an increased focus on understanding the importance of equity, but again, the value in terms of the potential business value of really unlocking these sets of Latino entrepreneurs.
Right. And I think one important takeaway is, as we've just been discussing, this isn't just about Latinos in America. This is about actually supporting the American economy. If you can unlock that value that you were just speaking of, then the economy as a whole will grow as well. So it's about helping the overall economy, not just the Latino participation in it. I want to get to the third category that you identify in the report, which is around consumers. Latino consumption has grown about 6% annually for the past 8 years, roughly double the pace of spending growth among non-Latino whites. Again, sort of fascinating statistic of what the potential is. But you also find that the combination of lower incomes and wealth and reduced access to goods and services creates what you call an unmet demand of about $660 billion each year. What do you mean by that unmet demand?
Well, first of all, we should recognize, as you said before in the open, that in fact these roles, right, we have these 4 different lenses. We all have different ways in which we think of ourselves are interlocked. And again, if we actually are able to increase the incomes of Latino workers, of course, that will improve, the amount of money they have to spend as consumers. And as you were saying, therefore, this virtuous cycle actually adds to the overall growth of the American economy. And again, this is, our firm, we've talked about sustainable, inclusive growth. Inclusivity actually increases growth. So that's number one. What did we find when we tried to examine the Latino consumer? As you said, Latino consumption, many folks who are in the consumer industries understand has been growing by leaps and bounds, and yet we still see even more potential. And so number one is, again, if we're able to solve the income gap, we'll see more consumption as well. But we also found 2 other factors. One is that, access to consumer goods and services is more challenging for Latinos. For instance, consumer deserts around healthcare, and around housing, just simply not being able to have access to it. And then we also found Latino consumers were more dissatisfied with the products and services that they were receiving. So that's a consumer latent demand. And in fact, we're willing to pay more if in fact their products and services were better tailored to their needs. And so that is just an opportunity sitting on the table for consumer companies to try to address.
Right. One thing that I found digging into the data that I thought was also fascinating, and I think it's important to point out for our audience, is that Latinos obviously are not a monolithic group. We're talking about a large group of people from different countries who now reside in the United States, people who are born in the United States to different communities. So one, I believe I had this right, but correct me if I'm wrong, that Latinos of Cuban origin were the least satisfied, I believe, of their ability to meet their consumer needs. And you just mentioned one group that's willing to pay more, which I believe are Latinos of Mexican origin, right? So I thought that was really interesting, the difference between the groups within what we define or call Latinos.
Now, all Latino subgroups were willing to pay more for different types of products and services. But nevertheless, as you said, it is an incredibly important understanding, which many folks do understand, but not everyone does, which is that the Latino population is far from monolithic. And on all of those dimensions, whether it's as workers, as consumers, as entrepreneurs, as savers, there are significant differences, not only by subgroup, but also, Latina versus Latino, the gender dimension also makes a big difference, and where people live. And so again, it's important to understand, and certainly consumer marketers do, that these segments vary quite significantly.
Right. The fourth group that I wanted to talk about are what you define as the savers and investors. And this gets at the transfer of wealth between generations. So intergenerational disparities and the continuing barriers to wealth generation overall result in a $380 billion gap in the annual flow of net wealth compared to white Americans. This, I think, sort of gets at the sort of systemic issue that we're talking about here, which is if you're unable to build the wealth, then you can't transfer that wealth to the next generation that can then subsequently build on that. And so it seems to me that's one of the most important findings, which is this gap in intergenerational wealth. How can we fix that beyond the solutions to the other three issues we've just talked about?
Well, I do think the solutions to the other three issues, particularly on the worker side, is one of the most important ones. And again, if people make money, they're able to save more. And again, what we find, in terms of these things being interconnected, the Latinos consumers spend more of their income on essentials, and so constraining their ability to save. So again, working on the worker part, is probably one of the things that can most help on the wealth part. But another aspect here is just financial inclusion. Again, Latino savers are much less likely to be accessing, number one, even just banking, but then two, equities and other asset classes.
Stock market.
And so this is an opportunity for financial institutions to really reach out.
Right. The other point that I think that's important for people to understand is the amount of money that Latinos in America send to their relatives, either here in the United States or outside the country. So because of immediate needs, right? Their family members need that capital. And so that contributes to the lack of intergenerational wealth transfer overall, I would imagine. In our final seconds here, I wanted to ask you an audience question with the administrator of the Small Business Administration coming up. This audience question is, what more do you think the government can do to help level the playing field? Is there a role for the government here?
Two things. One is data is incredibly important, and it is indeed lacking. And so I think that's one thing that the government can certainly do. And then secondly, government shapes all kinds of different policies, which have the opportunity, whether it's education policy, whether it's labor policy, and whether it's how can we actually support Latino entrepreneurs and business owners. There are a myriad different ways in which if you take this lens, how can we actually increase the economic participation of Latinos for the benefit of the American economy? There are, that lens can be taken across the entire policy landscape.
Right. Well, we've run out of time. Thank you, Michael, for participating in the year ahead. And for our viewers, at the end of the event, you'll be able to find the full report, this full McKinsey report, in our resource section on our website, bloomberglive.com. So I encourage you to go there after the program today. Thanks again.
Thank you, Mark.
Good morning. I'm Katya Dmitrieva, and I cover the U.S. economy with Bloomberg News in Washington, D.C. Today, I want to introduce a special guest. We have the administrator for the Small Business Administration, the SBA, Isabella Guzman with me today. She was sworn in March 2021 into her role, and she represents more than 32.5 million small businesses in the country. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. It's great to be here, Katya. Thank you for having me.
Just to start off, I wanted to talk about two central topics of concern for a lot of small businesses right now, and it's something that I end up speaking with them invariably about in our conversations and interviews, and especially because this event looks forward to 2022. And those two things are inflation and the tight labor market. And I'm curious if you can give us your perspective in speaking with a lot of the companies and representing them with this issue. What are companies doing to address these challenges?
Well, thank you again for having me. And just to sort of set context for the work that I do every day, it's, of course, the Biden-Harris administration has prioritized an equitable economy. And so this conversation today is so vital in terms of the work that I have ahead of us for this year. I have the honor of leading the SBA, as you said, which is the agency that's solely focused on advancing the American dream of starting and growing a business. And we know small businesses have been dramatically impacted by the COVID pandemic, including inflationary pressures and challenges that they've had in their labor force and other issues, revenue pressures, et cetera. And so I think that the SBA has been at the center of supporting our small businesses through this time. We've scaled dramatically from a small agency providing just over $40 billion a year through our loans and investments and grants to providing over $1.2 trillion in financial relief over the course of the entire pandemic, and really helping millions of small businesses survive through these vital relief programs from the federal government, like PPP and COVID EIDL and grant programs for highly impacted industries. And so, as we look at 2022 and what's ahead for our small businesses and entrepreneurs, and how they innovate and pivot and adapt to face these challenges and opportunities, really will define our economy. And in particular, our small businesses are giants in our economy, creating jobs and employing nearly half the private workforce. And so, as I've spoken to so many businesses across the country and traveled to multiple states, it's a huge range of issues. Some have kept that close-knit family type operation and have been able to retain their employees as they retained them through the PPP funding that the federal government provided. And others, of course, depending on the industry, have been challenged by this great change that we've seen, the shift in worker preferences, as well as just demands on the workforce, disruptions from COVID. And so, small businesses have had to deal with it in different ways. Obviously, trying to elevate their salaries to be able to attract more employees, or have a reduced number of hours open. In some cases, I've seen in restaurants to be able to handle the demand, but also balance with the reduced workforce. So they've obviously had to really be creative in how they keep their businesses alive. And what we know is that the federal relief has been really critical as they deal with these challenges.
Yeah, and you mentioned there, the labor supply having reduced hours. I would add to that, higher wages, supply chain disruptions. And I'm curious, aside from the lending program that SBA provides, are there other resources that the SBA is considering in terms of helping companies kind of weather this current environment?
Across our programs, they're really all designed with the intent of helping entrepreneurs, our small businesses, access capital, as well as enter markets, create market opportunities for themselves, and leverage our networks and knowledge distribution that they can take advantage of to start and grow their businesses. And I come from an entrepreneurial background. I grew up in a small business family, and I know how critical. I think I've frozen. I don't know if you can hear me. Yes. Great. Okay, good. I know how critical it is that entrepreneurs get the support that they need. It takes so much grit and determination and hard work to run a business, and having resources and layering a team around you of support is really so critical. On the capital front, the SBA has core lending programs as well as investment vehicles. And really our commitment is to ensure that we bring affordable capital to more of our small businesses. The SBA, as I said, has supported millions of businesses during this pandemic. We typically support a much smaller base. As I said, there's a huge scaling issue, but we want to make sure we come up with ways to better serve this expanded portfolio that we have. More sole proprietors than ever before in our lending programs through PPP. And so we're looking to transform our programs and make them more affordable. And the Build Back Better legislation that's being considered now has important contributions to the SBA that will help empower us to expand our lending networks and retain that broader reach that we were able to achieve through PPP, and give us some direct lending authority so that we can work with our partners and provide other tools and the funding of the federal government behind them to support small businesses with small dollar loans. So we're really trying to think holistically across our programs to serve entrepreneurs today with our core lending programs. But we know that connecting to capital is part of the challenge. Many people were not able to connect to PPP that didn't have that lawyer or that accountant on speed dial, and so or that banker ready to support them. And so we are trying to expand our networks. And the American Rescue Plan included the Community Navigators program, where we've funded 51 organizations, and they have a network of over 400 underneath them that are dispersed around the country to be able to build bridges to communities, especially our underserved communities, including our Latino entrepreneurs, to make sure that they are aware of the offerings of the SBA and can help get somebody to help them navigate them. And so we hope that with this combination of support, that they can truly get more of the access they need to information and networks and resources that will power their businesses.
Yeah, we actually heard in the previous panel about the importance of that inclusivity, and particularly in the economy as we're in the midst of a recovery. Can you talk a bit about that as it relates to small businesses, the importance of having minority, Black, Latino business owners having access to that capital?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's I've relaunched the Council on Underserved Communities at the SBA to partner with more of these thought leaders and these organizations who truly have a deep understanding of our underserved markets. Women, people of color who are often disadvantaged or face barriers, as well as our veteran communities, our LGBT communities, and our rural communities. We want to make sure that with our capital programs that they're all customer first, that we consider who the customer is and how they're receiving information, how to connect with them so that we can meet them where they are with offerings. We want to be technology forward. We saw during COVID how small businesses adopted technology at really high rates, and with the bipartisan infrastructure law investment in broadband, we hope to see more businesses access high-speed internet and be able to leverage those tools. But we want to be simplified and accessible to them in multiple avenues, whether it's mobile or online or through a network providing high touch interaction to get capital. And I think that expertise through our Council on Underserved Communities, as well as through our community navigators, is really vital to the SBA to make sure that we're designing and implementing programs and doing the outreach necessary to reach these communities where they are, to provide them with capital tools and making sure those capital tools are designed that really consider some of the challenges they face.
Yeah, I remember during the kind of early days of the pandemic, Latino and Hispanic communities were really the hardest hit. Just looking at the unemployment rate, it jumped to about 19%, which was the highest among all the other groups. And I noticed also that small businesses owned by minorities were more likely to close. And given that, and we are in the midst of recovery right now, what do you see for this year in terms of small business formation and whether these companies are kind of getting that access to capital? Is it are they getting that capital that they need and able to hire and expand?
Well, we definitely saw during the pandemic that especially Latino and Black entrepreneurs in a lot of those studies were not able to access PPP or access the funding that they needed for their businesses at the same rates as their white-owned business counterparts. And so those challenges persist. And some of it's the distribution networks that are out there. We need to make sure that we're expanding our distribution networks. We were very successful in the Biden-Harris administration on PPP and expanding it and working with community financial institutions to reach these underserved populations. And we're committed to making sure that we expand that lending network at the SBA and support it. with products that make sense, as well as with technology and great customer service to ensure that those businesses are getting the capital that they need. But there's more that needs to be done. I mean, less than half of businesses have been able to access financing for their business through a lending institution. We've seen the decline in the number of small dollar loans in particular, which we know are over-indexed to underserved populations over the last 10 years. And we've seen a concentration of those loans at the SBA, with a majority of them being distributed through just 10 lenders. So we need to really transform the way that we do business at the SBA to make sure that we're providing capital to these businesses, especially small dollar loans and early stage investment capital.
Can you talk a little bit about that? The other things that can be done, whether it's expanding networks that you just spoke about, that kind of goes outside just the lending.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Build Back Better Act does include a provision that allows us to make permanent a community advantage lending program, which works with those community financial institutions I talked about, those CDFIs and other lenders that specialize in these underserved, underbanked communities. And we look to focus on that population and ensure that we expand the network. During PPP, I mean, we went from over 1,000 lenders using SBA products to over 5,000 on PPP. And we want to make sure that we take advantage of those new relationships to reach more small businesses than we typically do. The SBA, has to expand the reach, especially to sole proprietors or the smaller entities that may not know how to connect to capital through the SBA. And we will continue to drive them through technology as well. And we have an incredible matchmaking tool called Lender Match that we created during the Obama-Biden administration that we plan to double down on and support an expanded lending network of those smaller financial institutions and community banks, as well as minority depository institutions and CDFIs, just to make sure that we support our borrowers with as many lending options as they possibly can. And regardless, just making sure that the SBA is easy to navigate for those lenders as well as the small businesses. And that's what our networks are so vital for. We have over 1,300 centers, resource partners across the country already, and layering on the community navigators will hopefully give us better connection to those underserved borrowers, as well as make sure that we can get them capital ready in the process.
And the prior panel, we spoke about the importance of data, and I'm curious if you could illuminate that a little bit in terms of what can be done from the SBA side on this, and are you considering those for 2022, and the importance of data as it relates to minority communities and access to capital?
Well, SBA has always tracked its performance and its lending programs. Of course, this is voluntarily reported information, and so we'll continue to track it. But we know that transparency is really key, and it's not just in the access to capital space, but we spoke earlier about access to markets, and revenues are the other side of the equation and are equally important for the small businesses. We want to get them that working capital loan so they can expand in markets. And one area that the Biden-Harris administration is really focused on is equity in procurement and making sure that our small businesses are able to access the largest buyer in the world, the federal government. We've instituted a series of reforms in procurement guided by President Biden's decision to increase the procurement goal to 15% for small disadvantaged businesses. And we want all of our socioeconomic firms to be able to access government contracting. And one thing that the SBA did is released its data, which is now available at sba.gov, the disaggregated data, which shows performance around contracting and market access for our entrepreneurs based on race and ethnicity across industries. We can really start to see that there is disparity in how businesses are able to access contract opportunity and engage in the large procurement space of the federal government and beyond. And we want to really make sure that we're being transparent, but also developing initiatives and programs to make sure that we can support them. And that's exactly what the Biden-Harris administration has been doing in reforming how we're managing to those procurement goals, as well as some of the reforms that we've implemented in policies to make it easier for small businesses to do business with the federal government.
And in terms of support from the SBA and from the government, I wanted to loop back to the initial question about inflation and tight labor markets. It seems like for all small businesses currently in the US, these are the two central challenges, whether it's high prices for inputs or having to pay higher wages or just not being able to find workers. And I'm curious what the SBA is thinking in terms of 2022, other things that can be done to help small businesses as they as the economy reopens, as they want to expand, dealing with these two central challenges.
I mean, of course, inflation, which didn't get to talk to as much. I mean, the Biden-Harris administration has really been focused on trying to address this key issue of getting Americans back to work and getting supply chains and prices back to normal. We are making progress to those general goals, and specifically for the SBA, obviously, we want to be there to support small businesses as they deal with these issues. And I met with a coffee company who pays 4 times the price for some of those disposable cups that we all depend on when we get our coffee. And those are real impacts on their businesses, and their prices overall can be increasing, with some things just hard to get. And so they've had to be very adaptive in how they provide services to their customers in the end, maybe changing items on their menus or changing how they source supplies. And so our network of resource partners across the country have tried to focus in on this issue so that we can be supportive for our small businesses. We're trying to ensure that they have the capital that they need, and those federal relief programs were like PPP and the economic injury disaster loans and some of those high impact grants were so vital to helping these businesses survive and deal with some of these higher costs that they've had to overcome. And in addition, just the pressures on the labor force. Of course, we talked about this issue earlier of rising wages, but in addition, just finding anybody who's willing to and able to work because of the impacts of COVID. And we've often talked with our small businesses in the community that vaccinations are so important. The COVID conversation directly impacts small businesses, and the safer the workforce is, the more likelihood that they're going to be able to engage. Keeping our schools open to keep our children in school is important to making sure that that those employees are able to return to work. So I think first and foremost, we do have to think about these broader issues and how they impact small businesses, and make sure that we're all being considerate of our local neighborhood small businesses and practicing safety around COVID and getting vaccinated.
Yeah, you mentioned vaccinations and the importance of that. One thing we often talk about with Secretary of Labor Marty Walsh is precisely this kind of the two sides of that. Because on the one hand, you feel safer, workers feel safer when they're vaccinated. On the other, a lot of companies are really struggling to hold on to workers, and they can't risk just 1 or 2 people leaving if there's a vaccine mandate, which the Supreme Court actually last week we had some news about that. It won't be coming into force. I'm curious what your thoughts are on that in conversations with small businesses. What is sort of the lay of the land in terms of vaccines and the impact on labor for small businesses?
Early on in the American Rescue Plan, we provided support for small businesses who gave their employees time off to go get vaccinations. And I talked to so many who were glad and taking advantage of it, wanted to be as supportive of their employees as possible. I mean, these are oftentimes family entities. They're all work so closely together, and they become members of each other's family. And so obviously, first and foremost, they're thinking of their safety and want to provide the opportunity for their employees to get vaccinated. Of course, these are really tough decisions for small businesses to make as they're competing for workforce, but oftentimes it's a personal decision in terms of what they feel comfortable with in reopening their business and keeping their employees and also their clients and their environment and their business safe for everybody.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I know it's kind of a breaking news item that we had from last week, so I want to get your thoughts on it. Well, thank you so much, Administrator Guzman, for your time today, and looking forward to the rest of the event today.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to be here.
Hi, Hi, everybody. I'm Shonali Bassick again, Wall Street correspondent for Bloomberg Television, and I'm so excited for this conversation. We're joined by Marty Chavez. He is vice chairman and partner at Sixth Street Partners. He has spent so much of his career over at Goldman Sachs, becoming most recently CFO, and he built a lot of the technology infrastructure that you see there today. Marty, thank you for joining us. We're going to hone in on a topic that I know is really near and dear to you, and a topic that I know you think about a lot, given the disparities from Wall Street to Main Street, particularly when it comes to underserved communities, particularly when it comes to the Latino community, which has really fallen behind in this pandemic when it comes to access to capital for small business. And in the most recent employment report, of course, we saw really stagnant numbers there in terms of the Latino population being employed in America. So Marty, before we get to solutions, I'm wondering from your perspective, what is the root of this problem?
Wow. Root cause analysis is always tricky, Sonali. And by the way, I'm always happy to be here and talk with you. So a lot of the data and the facts that I'll be referencing come from the Stanford Latino Entrepreneurship Forum, which publishes a fascinating annual report. And look, there are many metrics by which Latino businesses are doing unbelievably well. If you just separate them out, they're growing faster than the non-Latino businesses in the US. And by some measures and in some years, Latinos in the US specifically are growing at the fourth highest rate in the world, which is a fascinating statistic. In terms of their credit scores, very similar to similarly positioned non-Latino businesses. But one thing that we observed, and you referenced it, is that Latino businesses are disproportionately positioned in industries that were severely affected by the pandemic. That's one fact. And then also in terms of their growth, they're severely constrained by access to capital. Latino entrepreneurs, for a variety of reasons, tend to bootstrap with friends and family and loans and credit cards, which is great. But past a certain point, it's difficult to grow with that source of capital.
Well, it's interesting. You and I have talked about this before. How much of this is systemic issues when it comes to the US economy and the credit environment? And how much of it is due to implicit bias?
Well, again, referencing the Stanford report, there are data that suggest quite strongly that Latino entrepreneur walks into bank, non-Latino entrepreneur walks into a bank, and they're just shown different products and guided into different conversations. And it's not clear where the source of the bias is. Maybe it's the industries that Latinos are disproportionately working in, and maybe it is implicit bias. Very hard to parse that out. And at some point, while I do love to know root causes, I just want to jump to solutions, and that's mainly a risk with me. I want to just think of things that we can do differently. And so certainly education, both of bank loan officers and specifically coaching Latino entrepreneurs. I think education is the answer to so many challenges.
Well, let's get to the solutions here a little bit. From your perspective, what can change in the near term, and how do we get there?
So I'll be thinking back pre-pandemics, and I remember those days. I was at Stanford and participating in the Latino Entrepreneurship Forum as a guest speaker. My brother Tom is deeply involved in that, and they're wonderful professors working on that. And there are solutions. I think what was exciting about being in that forum was just the way it convened Latino entrepreneurs. And I had my own biases of the kinds of businesses that Latinos would be founding. And there were some software as a service, enterprise analytics businesses. There were some machine learning businesses. It was fascinating what was going on and just the creative energy. And what was really exciting was the very specific coaching opportunities that the forum was creating. That was the reason I was there, to engage with a number of entrepreneurs, share with them my experiences, make recommendations, offer mentoring. And that is something that I found again and again. We found it at Goldman Sachs. it isn't just making loans available to these wonderful entrepreneurs. You need to show them how to access that capital, how to pitch for that capital. And one of the things that we did, for instance, in Goldman's 10,000 Small Businesses, and we do it at 6th Street in our collaboration with Concrete Rose, which makes capital available to historically underrepresented groups, is it isn't just making the capital available, it's coaching. One of my favorite career experiences was working with the wonderful Latina entrepreneur of Brooklyn Cupcakes. They were selling so many cupcakes that they needed some serious supply chain and logistics software. And that's something that my team could actually help with, not just provide the capital, but work with them and walk with them through all the elaborate and difficult steps of negotiating one of these contracts and getting all the right terms and getting the right price. So
It's
that
so
coaching is
funny.
important.
It's so funny to think about a firm like Goldman Sachs, banking the neighborhood cupcake shop. And I'm wondering, this effort of banking underserved communities through efforts like 10,000 Small Businesses, they have existed for some time. And in the last 2 years, we have seen an elevated discourse around the opportunity and the need there is to help entrepreneurs, but there's still a gap. And I'm wondering, what is it going to take to push the capital markets, to push regulators over that final hump?
Well, so now I wish there were a bright, shiny, instantly obvious solution, and that it would be just a gate, and then we'd be on the other side of that. Unfortunately, I think it's really just this continuous education, not just of the entrepreneurs. We know that, and there are forums to offer them that coaching and education, but the bank loan officers too. So there's education all around and increasing awareness. I know that many Latino entrepreneurs, and this is a generalization, are just not aware of other sources of capital. And that was one of the successes of 10,000 Small Businesses. It's actually in the context of 10,000 Small Businesses that I came to appreciate the dynamism of the Latino entrepreneur community, the breadth of the businesses they were founding, and the growth rate, which exceeded the growth rate of the non-Latino businesses, a number of Latinos who are entrepreneurs, which is a higher percentage than other groups. All of those things are exciting. You need to match that with coaching, education, capital. It's going to take time.
It's interesting because there is lending to small businesses, there's access to capital, but then there's also hiring and the talent part of this equation. And it's funny because you were a diverse entrepreneur and diverse executive at Goldman Sachs before we talked about diversity. So I'm wondering now, especially as you go to 6th Street, a lot of your role has also started with the idea of diversity and diverse talent in mind. How can things change such that the businesses that provide capital start to look more like the society they serve?
Well, this is something that we're passionate about at 6th Street, and it's something that I'm delighted to put my time and energy into. It's not something that's going to happen entirely on its own. It takes some active work. And what we've got to remember as we're engaging in this active work is that it's not altruism. It really is just an extension of something we all understand in finance, portfolio diversification. You can have greater returns with the same level of risk. If you would like, you can have same returns with a lower level of risk through diversification, or I would just say through diversity. We always think about diversifying underlying risk factor exposures, but we also need to think about diversifying to talent pools. It really is a free lunch. And so there's something in it for everybody. For private capital, you get diverse sets of entrepreneurs who will have diverse sets of risks. That's a good thing. And so I think making that argument that this isn't just the right thing to do, it's the commercially smart thing to do, that has been very successful on the sell side on Wall Street. Obviously, first steps on a very long journey, and the buy side is very much embracing that concept and working on it. Our collaboration with Concrete Rose is a great example. Our summer fellowship program is another great example of bringing diverse people into private capital. That makes us stronger and smarter, and it's also a good thing for society at large.
It's interesting. We talk about access to capital, but it really comes down to the right kinds of capital. Capital that's not too onerous when it comes to terms. And you look at what's happening on Capitol Hill and the idea that there's a bill that may make its way, co-sponsored by Maxine Waters, to prevent Latino communities from being suspect to predatory lending. How difficult is it to make sure that entrepreneurs are getting capital on the right terms?
Well, again, Sonali, this is education and awareness. This is why we find it valuable at Sixth Street not to just be providers of capital, which is, of course, our job is to generate returns for our investors and provide capital and put capital in the ground, as we say. But it is also to educate the people who would be petitioning or seeking that capital on what makes sense for their business and what are appropriate terms. And so, as we find again and again, it isn't just providing money, it's also providing education, and it's educating on both sides. It's educating our own people in a bank, it's educating the bank loan officers, and then there's this education of entrepreneurs at scale. That is the reason for the Stanford Latino Entrepreneurship Forum, and the scale of that event is really staggering. It is why we work with the Chambers of Commerce and any other organization which Latinos to the upside disproportionately participate in, these business organizations, to provide that education, provide that awareness.
You know, it's interesting because there's been so much excitement around the Latino community and a lot of very high profile executives and even celebrities in some instances. You saw Jennifer Lopez last year in the Bronx with David Solomon promoting small businesses. You see SoftBank also really committing to Latino entrepreneurs. You see you over at Sixth Street really focusing on the opportunity here. What can you say about the forces that will drive this investment moving forward, the evidence of the excitement that you see around it?
Well, so now it gets back to something I mentioned earlier, which is just if you look at the Latino entrepreneur community, the statistics, the creative dynamism are amazing. And so that is exciting in all kinds of ways. And it's also an exciting commercial opportunity for providers of capital. You want to see that kind of dynamism in a sector. And it's also just going to take time. And also we have to rely on the commercial incentive, which is if you diversify everything, if you diversify the people, the communities, the industries, the sectors, the kinds of businesses, that's great for portfolio construction. Again and again, being diverse and representing a couple of diverse groups on Wall Street, I found that the breakthrough comes not when you are telling people you need to do this because it's the right thing to do. And I believe people want to do the right thing. But if you couple that with just the commercial opportunity, this is good for your business. This is great for your risk-adjusted returns. And yet another reason to do that. Those two, when they hook up, are powerful.
Could the movement be possible without executives like you who are stepping up for members of the Latino community because you understand the struggles that they have faced vis-a-vis their other peers?
I think it's a sacred obligation to do that, right? I've just been incredibly fortunate. I grew up in one of those incredibly scrappy, hardworking communities. I love telling the story about my mother who grew up in the barrio in Barelas in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and somehow randomly decided that she was going to send all their kids to Harvard, right? So I've been an unbelievable beneficiary of all of that. So this is giving back. On the other hand, I'm just one person, and I'm not confused that I'm going to make this huge difference, but I think all of us showing up, talking about this, and much more importantly, providing capital, seeking out these businesses from historically underrepresented groups, and coupling that with our own understanding of what's great for the returns that we're creating for our investors, right? Seeing those better risk-adjusted returns by actively working in the sector, by actively coaching and mentoring the entrepreneurs, which is something I spend a lot of time on. that all of those things are going to make a difference. But I'm just one small contributor. Many need to show up and do this at scale.
You know, it's been, I guess now 2 or 3 years since I last asked you this. You've said before that you felt like you had to work twice as hard to get as much or even part of as much as everybody else. And I asked you a few years ago whether that was true, and you said yes. Do you think now, again, that might be changing at all?
Oh, Sonali, maybe the ratio is changing. Maybe it's not twice as hard. I might have said to you, maybe on TV, maybe not, that being gay and Hispanic, I always told myself you needed to work 10 times as hard. I'm not sure that's a fact. It's just a feeling. It's certainly what I got from Mom again. She just told us that. And I think that was valuable too. Being told that was another way of saying, and you got to work really hard. And working really hard isn't by itself going to do it. That's why we're talking about all of these other activities to bring down the barriers, to create more opportunity and more scale. I think everybody leaning in and working on it, the entrepreneurs, but telling them to work harder, they're already the scrappiest group that you can imagine.
Well,
that's not enough.
That's why I bring it up also. It takes a very specific type of DNA to rise to the top of Goldman Sachs in that way. And with this renewed focus of mental health and livelihoods in this pandemic, do you worry about that idea of working 10 times as hard to get as much?
Well, like being told you got to work 10 times as hard creates an underdog mentality, and probably that kind of tenacity and raw work is necessary to get anywhere. At the same time, there are consequences. One thing that I said all the time in my mentoring at Goldman Sachs and say at Sixth Street, and I think I've been mostly not perfectly consistent with it, is that I never made work my number one priority in my life. My number one priority in life has always been my peace of mind. If I don't have my peace of mind, then I'm not of any use to anybody else. And then right after that is my family. And then number 3 is my work. And that, when I first started saying it maybe 15 years ago, was shocking to a lot of people. You were supposed to put work number 1, otherwise you shouldn't be working on Wall Street. I never thought that made sense over the long term. And I think I mostly live that. I'll give myself a B- on being consistent with that set of priorities and working to get an A. I think that we will all be better and smarter and wealthier if we have our priorities right, and work needs to be up there. But if it's your number 1 priority, I'm not sure that that's good for anybody, including.
Do you think, I mean, the onus is on managers to also realize that burden that their Latino and diverse populations feel as they seek to rise?
Well, it is an onus that's on managers, and that's something that I'm passionate about and have worked on and have attempted imperfectly to be that myself, to be that person who could understand that the right ordering of priorities is right for the business. It is certainly something that we live and breathe at Sixth Street. It's one of the things that I absolutely love about Sixth Street. We know that everybody needs to have a life, and having a life is actually good for business. And that just this sort of simple-minded prioritization of work above all doesn't necessarily lead to the best result. People need peace, they need family, they need a lot of things. And when they have all these things, they can be really productive. Managers need to realize that. We are training and coaching our managers to know it and to bring it into their actions. Very much a work in progress.
Marty, we only have about a minute left here, but I'm wondering if you have any final thoughts to leave our audience with about the opportunity there is here.
So when we look at the Hispanic community, the Latino community, remembering that even within that community, it's not a racial category, it's cultural, linguistic, and it's very, very broad. There's incredible diversity in that community, and understanding that community and understanding the commercial potential of the community is something that the rest of us need to do a lot more work on. And the reason we need to do it again and again is that A, it's the right thing to do, and B, there is some untapped potential when you look at the growth rates. And then when you look at the numbers of the community and the depth and breadth of the community, there is a vastly undercapitalized, underbanked sector. And we all need to work on that, not just because it's the right thing to do for the stability and dynamism of society, but it's also a commercial imperative. It's also great for business.
Marty, thank you so much for joining us. That is Marty Chavez, long-standing Goldman executive and now the vice chairman of Sixth Street Partners, on a conversation about investing in the Latino community and bridging these gaps in equality while also doing good business. And thank you all for joining us for day one of the year ahead. We really hope you enjoyed these conversations. And thank you again to all of our speakers for such a wonderful program. And thank you to our presenting sponsors, Wholesome and Invest Promotion Agency Qatar, and our presenting knowledge partner, McKinsey & Company. If you'd like more information from our sponsors, please visit the resources tab on your screen. And most of all, thank you for being such an engaged audience. To watch any part of this event, you can return to BloombergLive.com to view on demand. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for day 2.
They hate and say we went and changed. I stay the same. You must be blinded by the lights. You must be blinded by the lights. Yeah, 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 yeah. Now we high. Kaleidoscope of colors beaming from our eyes. Would've thought was LSD. Can't lose my mind like Kennedy. You see us cooking recipes. You hit the top, all you left with is the memories. Yeah, 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 yeah. Had some faith that who gon' hurt this. I naughty night you lullaby. I'm doing me, it's do or die. You must be blinded by the lights. We came to shine here. Watch it look daytime in the night. We bring the vibes here. We full of life, you keep the change. They hate and say we went and changed. Why stay the same? You must be blinded by the lights. Be blinded by the lights. Yeah.